We expect to have a very smooth ride because the other days were quite heavy, but we managed it. So the fact that we managed the last 2 days, that means this day will be a smooth ride. This particular day 3, the plenary session will be on university industry strategy. And we're going to have a briefing on the East Africa University Industry Collaboration. That will be presented to us. Then later on, we'll have a panel that will be focusing on the private sector perspectives of the university industry collaboration. This time around, we want to hear from the industry. We have been hearing from the university. We have been hearing from those with one leg in the university. We have been hearing from those in the university and government. Now I want to hear from the private sector. I want to hear from the industry. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the chair of the session, or the moderator of the session, Dr. Martin Ongol. Dr. Martin is the Executive Secretary of Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome you and take over the stage. Martin, you're welcome. You may also need this sometimes, that fades.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3, the last day of the program. And as it has been mentioned, it will be very smooth. It's a half day, and our main point of discussion today is presentation on university industry strategy. I think on the first day we talked about research and commercialization. We also talked later on talent and entrepreneurship. And yesterday we talked about artificial intelligence, amongst others. And I think one presenter talked about how the industry views the university and how the university, and vice versa. And today we are going to delve into it further. And I would like to start by inviting our keynote speaker, who will provide a briefing on East Africa University Industry Collaboration Support Strategy. It's called Bernard Friedrich. I hope I've pronounced that name properly. If not, you will alert me. Friedrich is an expert for technology transfer and regional networking with Inter-University Council for East Africa. Let me take this opportunity to invite Friedrich to come forward, and as he comes forward, we give him a warm applause. Thank you, and Dr. Friedrich, straight away to the podium.
Good morning. Is this microphone working?
Just get on.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Good morning. Okay, good. Which one? This is forward? Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. So my name is Bernhard Friedrich, and I've worked for IUCIA from 2022, February 2022, until February 2025, exactly the 20th of February. So I'm not working for IUCIA anymore. I was there for 3 years, and as an so-called integrated expert, sponsored by the German government. So I'm a German citizen, and my background is information technology and business management. I also have a master's in business management some time ago, as you can probably see. And my main task at IUCIA was to develop the East African University Industry Collaboration Support strategy and a few other things. But today we're going to talk about the strategy, which has been concluded about 3 months back. And today's the day when you will hear about it. Okay, so University Industry Collaboration, I'll just call it UIC in short, is actually still in its infancy in excuse me, the East African community. There are, of course, a number of prominent showcases, but all in all, there isn't very much as of now. For example, we did a large survey among IUCIA's member universities, which at that time were roughly around 140. And so we send them an invitation to those surveys. We send them actually 2 or 3, in some cases 3 reminders to those surveys. But only 35% actually completed the survey. Not too bad, but it also showed that many universities do not have industry collaboration on their agenda. Of those universities that did complete the survey, the majority claim to have UIC objectives, strategies, agendas, and corresponding activities. However, on many of their websites, because I've also looked at all of their websites, their products and services portfolios for the industry are not properly published. So in other words, if I'm a business enterprise and I want to work with universities and I'm searching for universities, it's difficult for me to find universities or with a properly published portfolio for me. We also in total, I also surveyed roughly 2,000 enterprises. Enterprise equals business, business enterprises in all EIC member states, but only very few enterprises at this point in time claim to conduct their own research. And of those that claim to conduct their own research and do their own innovations, very few actually claim to work with universities. So there is much to do in future with regard to university industry collaboration. IUCIA, however, has been active with regard to UIC in the past, and it has been hosting this event, the APPPF, I think for the past 12 years. And during the last one, which was in Dar es Salaam in 2023, many of the delegates actually suggested that why don't you develop a proper strategy for university industry collaboration. And that's what we did. And the UIC support strategy includes an overarching goal with a value proposition to core stakeholders. There are associated strategies, of course, and these strategies are focused on establishing institutional capacities at IUCIA for supporting universities jointly with external partners, fulfillment partners, through various support portfolios. I'll come to that a little bit later. And of course, these support portfolios are concretely described in the strategy. So the UIC support strategy is an internal strategy. It's not a high-flying strategy that's published. it focuses on what IOCIA can do to support UIC in East Africa within its mandate. So it does not describe things that are not within IOCIA's mandate, such as changing economic policies, for example. And last but not least, there's going to be a strategy roadmap, of course. It has to be implemented, but that will be developed during the development of IOCIA's next strategic plan, which will commence in mid-2026. Okay, when we talk about strategy, we have to define a few terms because they are ambiguous. So within the strategy, the strategic goal, it formulates the defined state to be achieved. So what do we want to achieve and how do we measure it? And then the strategies of the strategy define the appropriate means to define our strategic goal. Strategy formulation, we've stepped through that already. It's the process of identifying and agreeing on these appropriate means. So how do we get where we want to be? What are we going to do? And then, of course, strategy implementation is we apply the means that have been identified and agreed upon as appropriate for achieving the previously defined strategic goals. In a nutshell, the strategy capacitates IOCIA in supporting universities in East Africa and to a lesser degree business associations in collaborating with each other. Another important term is innovation. It is currently used a lot. For the strategy, we adopted the OECD. OECD is a club of mostly rich countries. We adopted the OECD Eurostat's definition of innovation. And that is formulated in the so-called Oslo Manual 2018, which is published by both organizations, and that's the latest edition of that manual, and that manual is used, for example, for innovation surveys within the European Union, which I think take place every second year in all countries, and I think the latest one surveyed of roughly 40,000 enterprises. So our definition of innovation, which is the OECD Eurostat's definition of innovation, is the improvement of existing or the creation of entirely new products, services, processes, or business models. So an innovation is more than just a new idea or invention. It does require implementation. So an invention that is idling in a university or business's laboratory is not an innovation until it is actually implemented or made available to others. So it's got to be put into active use in terms of a process, for example. It has to be made available for use by other parties, such as enterprises or individuals. That would be a product or service. So this requirement for innovation is a defining characteristic of the OSC definition. Also, according to the OECD's definition, it is not required that a business conducts its own research or experimental development. A business can adopt existing technologies and practices if it contains characteristics that have not been there in its respective market or its respective country. So, for example, if the first company that would introduce an online or an app where you can order bodas in a specific East African country. That would be an innovation in that country, even though it's been in use in many other countries previously. Last definition, because we were looking at university-industry collaboration in the context of what is called an entrepreneurial university. It is almost not possible to collaborate with the industry without becoming entrepreneurial as a higher education institution. So again, the OECD Eurostat has a definition, a description of what makes up an entrepreneurial university, and there have also been surveys, including in Africa, for example, Universities of South Africa conducts large surveys with regard to entrepreneurial universities. So we've adopted that definition, and we've also included aspects of entrepreneurial university into our survey. Okay, so how did we develop the strategy? We started off with comprehensive research. There are many papers, there are many reports on successful and failed attempts to collaborate with the industry from a university perspective. So first we did research. And then we had a good idea on various aspects of university-industry collaboration, worldwide, Africa and beyond. Then we identified key stakeholders of the strategy. So there are many potential stakeholders. They include universities, public and private research organizations, science park, enterprise support organizations, innovation hubs and similar organizations, which are en vogue currently, associations from specific industries, enterprises from specific industries, consultancies, education-related non-governmental organizations, public sector bodies, of course, such as ministries, councils, commissions, and regulatory bodies for higher education, and economic development, etc., etc. So in the end, as I said initially, we wanted to boil down the strategy within the mandate of IUCEA and make it workable. So we reduced our key stakeholders to just only 3, which are IUCEA's member universities, prospectively, of course, all universities in East Africa, business associations from specific industries in the EAC, and business enterprises from the same specific industries in the EAC. Then we developed online surveys for each of these stakeholders. We designed them and disseminated them between between September 2023 and September 2024. So these surveys, we did 3. We started with universities, then with business associations, and then with business enterprises. They were all based on the previously conducted research, of course the Oslo Manual, and the guiding framework for entrepreneurial universities. We use SurveyMonkey for all these surveys because it's a very practical tool, and IUCEA has a license for it. And all 3 surveys contain similar questions on UIC, such as practices, challenges, forecasts, and needs in collaborating with each others. Of course, the university survey included additional questions dealing with aspects of entrepreneurial universities, because as I said, you cannot do UIC without becoming a little bit more entrepreneurial. There were also additional questions on the relevance of possible future services to be provided by IUCEA. So we asked a lot of questions to our member universities. What type of services would you, and products, would you like to see from IUCEA in future that would help you collaborate with the industry? And then we had, of course, business associations and business enterprises surveys. They contained additional questions on technology adoption, for example, innovation management, innovation financing, and for these two stakeholders, we also had additional questions to what extent in specific areas they would like to collaborate with universities to achieve their forecasts in these areas in future. So once we had all the survey responses, we did, of course, evaluate them and developed a first draft of the support strategy. And I'm not going into details now. And then we took the support strategy and we presented it in November 2024 in Dar es Salaam, where over 30 delegates from East African universities, business associations, and public institutions were invited. We had a full day. We obtained feedback, particularly on the composition of IUCEA's future UIC portfolios. So what do you really need in future from us that help you collaborate better with each other? And the feedback from the workshop was then also complemented with a very brief final support portfolio survey, which was sent to all the universities, all the workshop delegates and all the universities that had previously responded to our surveys. And all in all, we then got a very good picture of what universities and business associations really need in future. So the products and services that are in demand in future were then subsequently clustered into distinct but interrelated portfolios that can be entrusted to specific units at IUCEA. But these may also, of course, be supported by other units. So what's a portfolio? A portfolio is a collection of products and services, a cluster of products and services for which a specific unit at IUCEA is responsible and accountable. So, for example, what does that include in a specific portfolio? It includes the development of products and services. It includes the maintenance of these products and services, in other words, life cycle management. It includes the deployment of products and services. For example, for a platform, it includes the accountability and responsible for keeping it operational. It includes the delivery of products, UIC-related products, and it includes the execution of UIC products and services for that specific portfolio. So what's the strategic goal of the strategy? I've broken it down into 3 parts. The strategic goal, what is to be achieved with the strategy, is that IUCEA possesses the institutional capacities and the necessary funds to execute its UIC support portfolio, which comprises platforms, products, and services. I'll explain them in a minute that support the collaboration between universities and industries in the East African community. So the strategy supports university-industry collaboration. It is one of many drivers for university-industry collaboration. There are many more outside the mandate of IUCR. So in other words, the strategy builds potentials at IUCR for supporting UIC, which are then exploited by IUCR during subsequent operations. What's the value proposition? Any strategy has to produce, or any operations following strategy implementation has to produce value to the key stakeholders. So the value proposition to universities is that the universities will receive support from IUCR in developing and executing their own portfolios of demand-oriented products and services to industries. That will generate, or could, or should generate additional income. And it would also boost universities' institutional capacities and their academic staff and students' competencies in applied research and its commercialization. So a university's portfolio to the industry is much more than commercializing research. There are many more channels on how universities and industry can cooperate. It's not only about research, it's not only about IP, it's not only about commercializing research or jointly doing research. That's so much more. So that's the value proposition of universities. We help you develop your own portfolio for collaborating with the industry. And it is different for different universities. So some universities may be strong in research. Other universities may want to focus on continuing education, for example. Business associations, and that was clearly spelled out by business association that they need that, would receive support from IUCR and in facilitating collaboration between their respective members and universities. So business associations would like, many business associations would like to be the link between academia and its members, but they don't really know how. So that's where IUCR comes in. And of course, business enterprises, which in the end want to collaborate with universities regarding their competitiveness and growth, because that's the whole idea, is that enterprises become more competitive and have opportunities to grow. So enterprise, for collaborating with the universities, enterprises could obtain knowledge, research results, intellectual property, human and other resources from universities for furthering their business objectives. But on the other hand, business enterprises also have the opportunity to deploy their products and services at universities, and thereby they would further their use and attachment by university staff and students. When I studied a long time ago, IBM put in a mini computer in a computer lab. So once we were done with our studies, we knew everything about that type of computer, and that type of computer was of course a commercial machine, and with the skills we had, we of course had more opportunities using IBM systems. So in order to achieve our strategic goal, we developed 6 strategies. Strategy number 1 is the products strategy. In other words, which products should IOCIA develop and disseminate with regard to UIC? Then there's a services strategy. There is an online education strategy, because part of IOCIA's support will be done online. We can't do everything personally. There's a platforms strategy, which will be developed jointly with partners from academia and the private sector. So IOCIA will in future host an online platform containing, for example, education programs, UIC-related digital products and services. There's a consultation strategy, such as hosting, how should the APPPF, this event, should look like in future. And of course there's a partnership strategy, because most of the products and services will be developed and executed jointly with external partners, because IOCIA does not have the capacity to do everything by itself. There are guiding principles for strategies. I'm just going to pick out one. For example, the guiding principle for developing, maintaining, and delivering UIC products, for example, would be that products should always be complemented by services. So, for example, if we produce specific guidelines, these should be utilized in online education programs, which would also host. Good. Now it gets to the core. Now we get to the specific portfolios of products and services. And these portfolios are the result of our surveys and the feedback from our stakeholders. So we boiled everything down to manageable portfolios which can be developed and implemented during IOCIA's next strategic plan, which starts in mid-2026. So there is ample time for preparatory work prior to mid-2026. So there's 7 portfolios, and these portfolios are interdependent. Some build on other ones, but I'll explain them. So what do we have? We have digital technologies at universities is one portfolio. We have qualifications framework for higher and continuing education in entrepreneurship and innovation, which of course includes aspects of university-industry collaboration. We have university-industry collaboration objectives, strategies, operations, quality and performance management at universities. We have entrepreneurship and UIC-related units at universities. That's another portfolio. Research commercialization. Number 6 is UIC exchange platform. And 7 is matching universities and business enterprises. Okay, portfolio number 1. Digital technologies at universities. That topped the list of requirements from universities. Many universities said, we need some assistance with digitalizing our institution. And there are many, many aspects to that. So priority product, top of the list, are guidelines for deploying and operating digital technologies at universities, which cover all aspects. Priority services to be supplied by IOCIA is that we assist universities in developing objectives, strategies, and a corresponding agenda for attaining desired digital capabilities. So in other words, there'll be a comprehensive guideline, but it will be complemented by corresponding services. And these services do not have to be executed by IUCIA staff. This can all be done by partners, which IUCIA controls. Then there are optional services which may be implemented at a later stage. For example, conducting a baseline analysis of universities' digital capabilities. This was not prioritized by universities, but they still considered it as very important. And optional services would be e-learning programs which complement the products and the services. So much can also be done or complemented by online programs. And some of the products and services, of course, can be entrusted to external partners. That will be done during the development of that portfolio. So the lead unit at IUCIA, in that case, would be the ICT unit. Support units would be exchange programs, links, and partnerships. So there's a unit called ICT, and there's a unit called Exchange Program Links and Partnerships, and they would work hand in hand. Of course, there are many more support units, for example, administration, procurement, etc., but these are not listed here. Portfolio number 2. Qualifications framework for higher and continuing education in entrepreneurship and innovation, which includes aspects of UIC. There is already a very comprehensive qualification framework in place. It was published in 2015. It's called the East African Qualifications Framework for Higher Education. So priority products would be that it would be extended by entrepreneurial aspects that was in demand from universities. It topped the list. And universities would also like to have, and that's a complementary product, of course, is guidelines for integrating entrepreneurship and innovation in relevant university curricula. Optional products would be academic program benchmarks. So IUCIA has also, I think in the past 10 years or so, published a number of so-called program benchmarks, which are practically guidelines how specific academic programs should be designed, and these guidelines cover the whole EAC, so all 8 partner states. So in that case, that may be done with partners, but that is something the lead unit would have to decide. And the lead unit is at IUCIA is quality assurance and qualification frameworks. Portfolio number 3. UIC, objectives, strategies, operations, quality and performance management at university. Priority products demanded by universities in the survey were a capability framework for university-industry collaboration with capability levels, so basically a yardstick where you can determine where you are looking at specific aspects of university-industry collaboration. Ad hoc would be a level, managed would be a level, optimizing would be a level, for example. So that would have to be developed and, of course, disseminated as a product. Universities would also like to see guidelines for building institutional and staff competencies to further their UIC objectives, strategies, agendas, and UIC products and services portfolio. So that's the second product, these guidelines. Third product universities would like to see are guidelines for establishing and operating internal quality assurance related to UIC at universities. And last but not least, they would like to see a template or a model agreement for UIC agreements. So if universities conclude or develop agreements with specific business enterprises, they would like to have a template of what should be in such a contract, how can we customize such a contract so that our interests are reflected in such type of contract. Optional products for Portfolio 3 would be guidelines for developing, maintaining, deploying, and delivering or executing UIC products and services portfolio. So I would have personally put that as a priority product, but university consider it as optional. What are priority services with regard to that product that universities expect from IUCR? Universities would like to see IUCR help them carry out baseline analysis of faculties against the capability framework, which is a product that should be developed, which I had just explained. Another priority service would be we support universities in establishing quality assurance for education, entrepreneurship, and innovation. And that includes internal monitoring and evaluation systems of the outcomes of entrepreneurial university-related objectives, strategies, and agendas. So they want assistance in establishing quality assurance. Optional services that IUCR could provide would be that IUCR assists universities in developing and operating performance management systems related to their objective strategies and operations. And that's a big package. That's a big portfolio. So, of course, some of these portfolios, products, or services could be entrusted to external partners, and they should be entrusted to external partners. The lead unit for this portfolio is research and innovation. That's yet another unit at IUCR. Support units would be quality assurance and qualifications framework, exchange programs, links, and partnerships. So one lead unit to support unit. As I said, it's a big portfolio. Portfolio number 4 would be entrepreneurship, innovation, and UIC related units at universities. Priority product here in demand was, again, guidelines for setting up specialized units at universities, such as research commercialization units, technology transfer units, UIC offices. There are many types of units that could be set up. And of course, not every university that wants to work with the industry needs all these kind of units. Probably 1, 2, or 3 is quite enough. And then priority service would be that, of course, we jointly with partners support specific universities in setting up such specialized units. Optional service could be that all that is complemented by e-learning programs. So as I said before, that portfolio should be jointly developed and executed with external partners that are specialized on aspects of this portfolio. So lead unit, again, research and innovation. And again, we have 2 support units, quality assurance and qualifications framework, and exchange programs, links, and partnerships. Portfolio number 5, research commercialization, also topping the agenda at universities, as seen through our surveys. Priority product is guidelines for research commercialization and UIC, and they also want templates and checklists for UIC agreements. which should include aspects of incorporating commercialization of economic outcomes into research design. So what many universities would also like to see is that when research is designed, that commercialization aspects are already included in the research design. It's a bit difficult to attach them afterwards once the research has been done. Optional products would be guidelines for integrating research commercialization or UIC activities into various job descriptions for university staff, including performance criteria and rewards. So that's optional. Of course, you can do that for specific, when you hire specific academic staff, you could put UIC as part of the requirement. So guidelines for intellectual property rights agreements were also optional products, and template model agreements for intellectual property rights agreements are also optional products that universities would like to see from IUCR. The most important ones are the priority products. Priority services with regard to research commercialization are, of course, that IUCR or some of its partners provide coaching for research commercialization. Another optional service is that things are complemented by e-learning programs, and the lead unit would again be research and innovation. Portfolio number 6 would be an online exchange platform for university industry collaboration. And that's a product which has digitized, which contains digitized services. So there are just some guidelines for that. So that, of course, should be hosted externally by a reputable EAC-located cloud service provider and be made available all the time. It should be accessible by the public without the need for registration. It should be multilingual, so initially probably English and French, prospectively Kiswahili and Arabic. It should include a marketplace. A marketplace would be a platform for example, for inter-university collaboration for UIC, it could host communities of practice for UIC. It could be a marketplace for jointly developing and commercializing IP. You could jointly publish articles and research results. Universities, for example, could team up for tenders requiring university industry collaboration, for example, tenders by international donors. It could host facilities made available to other parties, such as laboratories or equipment. That's also part of UIC, is that universities use facilities at the industry and vice versa. It could host products that are made available by universities, such as IP, data, specimen, etc., etc. It could host conferences which are hosted by universities and which may be of interest to the industry, etc., etc., etc. So there's a wide scope of what the platform should and could deliver. And of course, in hosting this platform, maintaining this platform, and managing this platform, external partners are absolutely essential. So the lead unit here would be, at IUCR would be ICT, and there are 3 support units: research and innovation, quality assurance and qualifications framework, exchange programs, links and partnerships. So that is the UIC exchange platform where a lot of things simply take place. Last portfolios. And that is very high in demand, matching universities and business enterprises. So most universities, of course, would like access to potential clients, but they don't really know how to do it. Many universities listed a number of barriers which need to be overcome to collaborate with the industry. So we also surveyed motives and barriers for university-industry collaboration. So we have a pretty good picture on the motives and barriers of the that the universities have, that business associations perceive, and that business enterprises listed. And business associations, as mentioned before, would like to see IOCIA help them in facilitating collaborations between its members and universities. Good, almost finished, 2 more slides. So a very important aspect that I had already scratched in the beginning was performance and lifecycle management of IOCIA's 7 portfolios. So the lead units are responsible for that. All of the portfolios are, of course, subject to life cycles. So products and services may be added, they may be updated, or they may be discontinued and retired, subject to expected demand and international trends. So platforms, for example, may require new formats. We need to update functions and improve the underlying technology, or change the provider of these platforms. We do intend to work a lot with partners in developing and executing products and services. So these partners may require additions, they may require upgrading, or we may have to discontinue partnerships because partners prove to be do not match up to our quality standards. So in other words, IOCIA, in course of implementing the strategy, will develop monitoring and evaluation mechanisms for assessing the performance of its 7 portfolios. And of course, IOCIA will further observe global trends and emerging good practices in UIC and carefully incorporate them into their portfolios. And that's all documented in the strategy. Good. Critical success factors and risks, of course, are organizational culture. There's a nice saying, culture eats strategy for lunch. So I'm not saying the organizational culture isn't suitable, but organizational culture must also always be considered when implementing strategy. Another success factor and risk, and there are 2 sides of the same coin, is of course the governance and management of individual UIC support portfolio components during their respective life cycles. It's not that people at IOCIA would have a lot of time to manage these portfolios. Everyone is very busy. So these portfolios constitute additional efforts for specific units. And of course, that is a risk. Budget is another risk, because developing these portfolios and maintaining these portfolios requires budget. I can't make any statements whether that budget will be available in the coming years. Another risk is, of course, contract modalities, revenue models, and revenue predictability may be unattractive to potential partners, because I've spoken about partnerships for fulfilling or executing these portfolios, but of course partners do not work for free. There has to be some kind of a business models that partners receive revenue for the services they provide. Thank you very much. I submit. any questions?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot for the presentation and highlighting the key issues to involve in university-industry collaboration. And I think now we can invite some questions. Thank you. Okay. Let's see, 1, 2. Okay, let me start from over there. Okay.
My name is Professor Jaganyi, MKU. Thank you very much for the presentation. I want to touch on 2 of your portfolios, and one of them is portfolio number 5, which is research commercialization. The perception that comes out is that every research must be commercialized, and that you actually lock it into the key performance of the academics. And I just don't believe that every research must be commercialized. And therefore, how does this portfolio really work? Portfolio number 7 is about matching universities to industry. And research is normally individually driven, university supported. So university provides an environment for research to thrive. The individuals drive the research. Where is the organic growth with the industry and the university? Those are my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, question regarding number 5, research commercialization. You're absolutely right. Not every research should or can or should be commercialized. My research on UIC practices worldwide revealed that there's a lot of contract research. So it's not research that originates at universities and is then commercialized, but much of successful UIC is that businesses approach university for specific contract research, which is applied research. And that, of course, has the purpose of being commercialized. So that makes up much of commercializing research. And as I said before, foundational or basic research is rarely commercialized, and the strategy contains an annex on how things work in the United States, for example. So much of basic research is actually financed by government, and it is executed by universities. A government does not conduct its own research. It's often handed over to universities in about 60% of the cases, and university then works with industries to conduct that kind of research, but that research isn't necessarily utilized commercially. In fact, it's rarely utilized commercially. The other question on, can you repeat it quickly? It was on number 7, matchmaking. Yes.
Research is normally individually driven. It's the individual curiosity that results in matching industry to universities or universities to industry. And there seem to be a disconnect because research is normally individually driven. University creates an environment that makes the research thrive. So me, I will drive my research because it's of my own curiosity of interest. But then here you are talking about matching the universities to industries. The researcher has not been taken into account.
Yeah.
And that's where my question is asking, is driven to.
Well, that
where is the organic growth? Because let me take an example. I want to do issues with the Sasol in South Africa. I have got an interest in one of their products. It's me as an individual. And then I approach Sasol as an industry. You can match Sasol with a university. But if there isn't the people, the person, the researcher, how will that work?
Well, first of all, that's I think that's portfolio number 3. Each university has to, as an institution, develop a products and services portfolio that it can offer to the industry. And that, of course, has to be determined with its academic staff and its faculties in advance. Not every faculty, not every academic staff has to provide products and services to the industry. That is a decision that needs to be taken internally by the universities. There are many universities which will not offer any products or services to universities because their mandate and mission is to be an educational institution. For example, specific colleges educate people. That's their mandate and mission. Nursing schools, for example, they say the only interface we have with university is basically job fairs. We're not conducting any research at our institution. It is not within our mandates. It is unnecessary, but we're still a successful and relevant higher education institution. So universities have to determine, do we want to work with the industry and what can we offer? It's not only research, it may also be laboratories. We have interns to offer, etc., etc. So then we have specimen to offer, for example, in science. We would like to use facilities of the industry. So collaborating is not always monetary. It can also be, you give me your laboratory and you can use that facility at my premises, for example. So there are many channels. They're all documented within the strategy, what can be done theoretically. And when IUCIA consults with specific universities, it will point those out and say, so what is there you can offer, and what would you like to develop as a future portfolio? And business associations would basically facilitate that matchmaking. And that's irrespective of what individuals, like the person who wants to collaborate with Sasol, do. Would be still free to do that if their respective university permits it.
Okay, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. I'm afraid our time is very limited, but let's get 2 quick questions and make it very brief and concise. I think I'd seen a hand somewhere there. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Tarema. I'm Director of Research and Innovation. I'm interested on the question where you talked about technology transfer and commercialization. My point is, in some universities they have research and innovation office and also technology transfer office. So in this case, where research and innovation office has to be the lead unit, would there not be a conflict between the technology transfer office and the research innovation office if they are both in the same university or college? And then perhaps with your experience, I want to learn, would it be advisable to keep research innovation office and technology transfer office as separate entities, or these would perhaps be merged? Thank you.
Well, I'm afraid I cannot give you a one-size-fits-all answer. There may be conflicts between these two offices in one situation. They may cooperate and work harmoniously in another situation, in another institutional context. Again, in a large university with extensive collaboration with the industry, it may make perfect sense to have two separate offices and manage their interaction. In a smaller setting, it may overtax your resources, and it may be best to just have one office that covers all of these aspects. So once again, there's no one-size-fits-all answer. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Let me get one from this side.
Thank you, Dr. Ben, for the good presentation. These portfolios are really very relevant. However, my question is about the channel for implementing the strategies. Do university digital technologies receive support through kind of application? How are they eligible? Do universities apply for the support, whether it's about program exchange, whether it's about funding digital technology products? So I'd like to know the channel for implementing these strategies. Thank you.
The engagement model, the various channels for the engagement of IUCR at universities, will be determined in course of the development of the next strategic plan, which commences in mid-2026. We have not yet determined that. That still needs to be discussed, and it also depends on the resources IUCR that will be made available to IUCR during the next strategic plan. All engagements cost some kind of money and require some kind of resources, so that needs to be determined. Do you want to say? Okay.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, let's end the Q&A session. And let us give a very warm applause to Dr. Frederick. Thank you so much. Now we move to the next session, which is panel 5. And the session will focus on the private sector perspectives of university-industry collaboration. And we have 4 panelists. We have Mr. Stephen Ruzibiza, CEO of Private Sector Federation Rwanda. He's not around, but he has delegated Mr. Florent Uwachu. Please come forward and take your seat. The second panelist is Mr. Stephen Sabiti, CEO, Institution of Engineers Rwanda, represented here by Engineer Papias Kazawadi. Please come forward. And then the third one is Mr. Hamad Hamad, Executive Director, Zanzibar Chamber of Commerce, United Republic of Tanzania. And then the fourth one is Dr. Vincent Gaitho, Chair Education Sector, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA. Please come forward. He's also the Council Chair, Mount Kenya University. Okay. So I think, I don't know the fourth panelist, if he's around. Okay, probably we shall start with the three panelists that are on board. So we have some key questions that we'd put across to you. And I know you are private sector people and you are very good at pitching. So I think within 3 minutes or so, we shall have already gotten a very good pitch. And of course, you can also reflect on other previous discussions that have taken place in the previous 2 days. So the first question is how private sector measures success of university-industry collaboration. And we can start from left to right. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Vincent Gaido. As I've been introduced, I chair the Education Sector Board at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. The first day, we had a member of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance in the panel, Dr. Chukia. And he elaborated what KEPSA is all about. On another front, I chair the Mount Kenya University Council, which is a private university. And it is by the virtue of being a private university that Mount Kenya qualifies as a member of KEPSA. As I sit here, I'm in two fronts. I'm in education as a university, and I'm also in the industry, in the sense that we are also consumers of what academia gives to the industry. How do we measure the success of academia industry collaboration? Maybe before we go into answering that question, I wish to touch on what the keynote address pointed out, that a survey was conducted among universities in East Africa with the purpose of coming up with a strategy. And out of the so many universities, the response was by that 5%. I would have expected 100% that all universities that received the questionnaire should have responded because it is their business. The other thing that he has said is that of the 2,000 enterprises that they surveyed, very few of them mentioned any relationship with universities in terms of doing research. And therefore, before we ask on the success of collaboration, we need to ask ourselves whether there is any collaboration. That should be the first question. And if we are able to answer that question, then we'll be able to continue with this discussion. However, I will say this. One's network is his net worth. What is our network as universities in as far as collaboration is concerned? How do we relate with the industry? He has also referred to 2015, when the East Africa Qualification Framework was discussed and I think agreed upon. If I'm not wrong, I remember we sat in Entebbe and discussed the East Africa Qualification Framework. And one of the most important things we intended to achieve was to enhance labor mobility within the East Africa. To the question of success, we shall be able to measure success when we are able to identify joint research that has been conducted between industry and universities. The collaborations that East African universities have tended to glorify and pursue tend to be more external, Europe out there. But internally, let's even ask ourselves, among ourselves, in this room, how many universities are collaborating to do research? The only time I think the East Africa universities attempted to collaborate was during the VCRIS. VCRIS was in 2008, where SIDA supported research within the Lake Victoria region. Over 90 projects were supported, and 400 scientists participated. The question is, what single outcome did we get commercialized or incubated in our industries from that big research? Therefore, the measure, I would say, we can measure through labor, and my colleague talked about talent search. Universities, we need universities to provide a lot of talent to the industry. The industry seeks solutions. However, yesterday I was thrown a little off balance. Yesterday, when we talked about the AI, and I asked myself, who is the next frontier employer? Who is the next employee? The industry must be helped by the universities to modernize their operation and accommodate the new labor that will be discharged from the universities, who will be very qualified in AI. Our industry is AI driven, so the measure will be in terms of the research we do together, the funding we do, and also the labor. For us, we receive, the private sector does consume the labor that comes from the industry, from the universities. Unfortunately, our economy in East Africa are not very observant. We are not able to absorb every labor that is being produced. So I would say the measure would be in terms of the relevance and the employability of the people who are coming from the universities. Let me stop at that, and we will come back to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gaitho, for sharing those perspectives. Your network is your net worth, joint research, and the outcome of commercialization, and then, of course, the employability and the like. Next, let's hear from, I don't know who is absent, but Mr. Stephen, the next, of course.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm Engineer Kazawadi Papias. I have been working in the private sector for the last 30 years here in Rwanda. And on top of it, I was privileged to be the president of the Institution of Engineers Rwanda. And just last December, I have been the president of the Federation of Africa Engineering Organizations. Back to the question, how private sector measures success of university-industry collaboration. I am not sure if this framework exists in Rwanda. So what I am going to respond is based on my experience and how I think it should be. For the success of the university-industry collaboration, we need four key elements. First of all, we need collaborators. Secondly, we need participants. Thirdly, we need joint owners. And fourthly, we need co-entrepreneurs. As far as my understanding of the industry here in Rwanda is concerned, I know there are collaborators, there are participants, and probably joint owners, but I do not know any established framework that would probably have the data and information about the university industry collaboration in Rwanda. So, in order for this to succeed, therefore, I would respond that we need committed collaborators, we need participants, because sometimes we experience where someone can agree to be a collaborator, but when it comes to putting an input in terms of relevant participation, you don't see this person. And my conviction is that the more you collaborate and they agree to participate, that's where the ownership grows. And when it grows, then you can jointly drive this kind of the collaboration. So I believe much that once this framework is well established and given measurable KPIs, we will be able to measure the success of university industry collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So a framework for measuring success is essential. Collaboration, the actors, co-creation, and joint ownership are critical factors. Let's now hear from the next panelist. Thank you.
Habari za asubuhi. Tumeamka salama?
Salama.
Sawa sawa. Thank you so much. My name is Hamad. I'm the CEO of Zanzibar National Chamber of Commerce. We are all East Africans here, most of us. But I'm sure some of us, we don't know what is Zanzibar and what is Tanzania. So it's 2 in 1, or it's 1 in 2. But for your benefit, in 1964, Zanzibar united with the Republic of Tanganyika to form the United Republic of Tanzania. So Zanzibar is a semi-autonomous country in the Union of Tanzania. We are a small island of about 2,500 square kilometers. We are about 1.8 million people. Mainly, we operate our economy in tourism and other service sectors. So that's your takeaway. So coming to this question, how do we, the private sector, measure the success of university-industry collaboration? I will not bring in anything new because we have been here for the past 2 days and the presentations, the panel discussions have enriched us with a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. So what I'm going to present is just a summary of what we have heard in the past 2 days, but also from the previous speakers. I do agree with the previous speakers on talents, first of all. The success, we measure the success when we see that the universities are producing talents and not only the certificates. So I can say this is maybe at 30% now, this success, because sure, we have a lot of graduates with good certificates, but when you put them on job, then as a private sector, you need to train them afresh. And this is not only in the industry, but also in the other areas of workplaces. You employ a person to be, for example, a communication officer, and he or she has a degree, a good degree in communication and PR and everything, but then you start to teach her of how to write a letter, how to convene a press conference, for example. So yes, we do have good degrees, but the talents are not there. So we measure the success of industry-university collaboration based on the talents that the university produces, but also the employment that they make. How much percentage of the graduates go direct to the job market? They get welcome to the job market. So this is one component that we measure. Of course, the other thing is research commercialization, and this has been spoken widely from day one to today. We measure the success when we see that the researches that have been conducted have resulted into a business. And I mentioned some examples yesterday here when I was commenting. So this is also one area that I think we have not performed very well. Of course, through this platform, then we can convene a stronger collaboration to see how we can commercialize our researches from the universities. Of course, we, the private sector, are the consumers of those researches, but there has not been the direct link between the university and the private sector to consume those researches. The other thing is the curriculum, and I think this should be the first point. The curriculum that we develop, are they talent-oriented? Are they result-oriented? Yes, they could be result-oriented in terms of graduating the students, but what impact do they give to our communities? And this, I can set examples of other areas. You find, for example, most of you here have been to the Western world, where you sit on the train or in the bus, you pick the magazine, you find the researches that have been conducted just over the past one month. For example, you read an article of what is the impact of the bumpy roads, broken roads to the economy. The traffic jams, for example, what impact do they bring to the economy of the country? But in our countries, then most of us have conducted researches, but then these researches are on the shelf. They don't bring results to the communities. So this is based on maybe curriculum. It is more focused on how we can produce more students without looking into the impact that they can bring to the society. I remember when I was doing my bachelor at the University of Dar es Salaam, we had a small community of Muslims, and then we had our leader who was giving us a challenge. He said, okay, we are here. We are doing our bachelors, we are doing our masters and PhDs. But when we go home, how many of us can, for example, change the bulb with our degrees, with our PhDs? How many of us can change, for example, the tap water? We cannot. A small problem, we have to call in the mechanic to solve it. While we have been to the universities, acquiring those knowledge. So our universities' curriculum, they are focused mainly on the degrees, certificates, but not on the knowledge. And I think we need to equip our students more on practical trainings, at least with those basics. And this has been mentioned a lot here on entrepreneurship mindset. This is a key. We have to have this entrepreneurship mindset to be embedded in our curriculum. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Hamad, and thank you also for letting us know about the correlation between Zanzibar and Tanzania. And of course, I've picked that the aspects of talent and impact and entrepreneurial mindset is quite important. So now let's go for the next set of questions, and I will combine question 2 and 3 in the interest of time. I've seen on average you have spent about 5 minutes. So again, I will reduce to now 2.5 per question, so 5 minutes for both. And the questions are, what are the biggest challenges, key pain points working with universities? All of you have mentioned that aspect of collaboration. But why is it not working? What is really making the machinery or the mechanics not operate? I think it would be quite vital if we get some takeaways. The second one is, what specific skills or area of expertise are most lacking in recent graduates, considering the context that we are in? And you know, in the private sector, what has even come out is like what is known as the tech trade aspects like fintech and the like. Please, could we get more insights? And we again start from Engineer Papias Kazawadi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, the challenges that I see, I would say they are based on a no standard framework that I earlier mentioned that is in existence. In order for something to be well established, there should be a framework that really guides how it should be well done. Now, as a result of that, we find that there is a gap in the mindset. People do not focus in the same direction at the same time. Secondly, there is a disconnect between the academia and the private sector. And remember, in the private sector, there are compositions. There are individual entrepreneurs, and there are individual enterprises, and there are also business enterprises. So if there is no proper defined framework of those categories, at the end of the day, you might really not see how to deal with the issue. And this is reflected or revealed most in increased fragmentation between the academia and the industry. So I do believe that some academic institutions have great innovations which would help the businesses, but the level of engagement and interaction does not really permit or create an opportunity for the thirsty entrepreneurs to come and commercialize those innovations. The second question on the specific skill areas that are mostly lacking, from the day Wednesday and yesterday, everybody almost who spoke of the gap in the soft skills. But for me, I would like to classify these gaps in the two aspects that are acronym of HAIR. HAIR standing for an helicopter view, analysis, imagination, and reality. Young graduates, because they are fresh, they have not done a lot of practices in their learning processes. They lack the helicopter view of their helicopter view of in understanding their fields, and for them to be able to analyze the issues. And because they cannot analyze the issues, imagination is limited, and creativity. And all of it results because the lack of helicopter view, not sufficient analysis capabilities, limits the imagination, and also the lack of reality, understanding of what, because yesterday also many speakers spoke that today most universities, you find that the model of teaching is they give much more of the theories than the practice. So you can't get the reality when you really you have not done you have not been exposed to the reality of the subject matter that you learn. The second point is also coupled in the acronym, which I call stake principles. Universities today, you find that the modules that are taught do not emphasize much on the social responsibilities of each category of their graduates. The transparency, the ethical standards, the integrity and collaboration again. So this is what I call the stake as an acronym. So there is a need for the emphasis on the stake, social responsibility based on the disciplines of what university graduates take, transparency, ethical standards, integrity and collaboration. Today, you may find that there are some good competent lecturers, but because of time, maybe they are given, they have other projects they are working outside the academic standard framework. Instead of giving their full time as allocated, they start apologizing or doing it the way that is not proper. And in some universities, because they lack good quality assurance mechanisms, students go without having covered what they ought to have covered. Or even if they cover, but they don't cover them in the specified time. So we really need to emphasize and come back to the ethics, to the integrity, to the collaboration, and to the transparency. Because however much we may need university industry collaboration, if we don't stick to the stake principles, we may not achieve a lot. Because I believe even now, because as a result of different institutions having different organization setup and monitoring, we get different results. And yet, we all have to solve the socio-economic problems. That is the relevance of universities. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Engineer Papias. Ethics, social responsibility, and of course, I don't know what is also happening in this era of the Gen Z. I think they are also in the mix. Let us hear from Dr. Gaitho.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, one of the panelists asked a question about how often we review our curriculums, how often we review our programs. Of course, it was a question that was not to be answered, but it was a take-home. Therefore, one of the pain points in the academia industry collaboration will be the question of program relevance. As we develop our programs at the university, do we develop our programs in silos, or to what extent do we involve the industry? Because at the end of the day, universities are supposed to be solution givers to the industry. And therefore, if we need to be useful to the industry, we should call in. Of course, sometimes, all the times we talk about validation. To what extent do we involve the real stakeholders? And to what extent do we allow the many qualified academia in the industry? Because there are very many qualified academia in the industry. There are many PhDs in the industry. To what extent do we involve them, even in supervising and in developing, supporting our students in study in PhDs and masters, so that they can also be useful. Other than being industry captains, the academia, we need to involve them. So one of the biggest pain points, therefore, is the mismatch. The mismatch between what we offer in the universities and what the industry is looking for. And I think that the moment we're able to respond to that, we shall be a happy lot. The other one would be the kind of research that we conduct in the universities. Sometimes, and it has been said here repeatedly, that much of the research that we do, and I think yesterday the moderator in the morning gave us 3 P's of a PhD. It was prestige, the other one, there were 3. Promotion, and the other one was? Production. Yeah, the 3 P's. Maybe we focus on the 1 P or 2, or prestige and promotion. And therefore, the kind of research we are supporting in the universities may have very little relevance with the industry. And that therefore becomes a pain point. The other one is about funding. When you look at East Africa, you just need to look at our capital cities and you see a lot of newness, a lot of construction. Beautiful cities are emerging. In my city, in Nairobi, you'll see huge skyscrapers. Most of them may be having 30% occupancy. We are not able as universities to attract this fund. We are not able to attract the fund that is being held by our African rich people. And I think that is a pain point in both sides. So funding is a pain point that we need to address. Maybe in interest of time, on the second part of it, part of the question, is a question of the expertise that we are lacking. Of course, we have 2 generations. The generation of the current graduates and the generation of the employers. Those are 2 different, they are living in 2 different times. And the expectation of the employer would be some certain specific etiquettes, dress code, behavior, hairstyle, mannerism. They could be different. And those are challenges that we need to ask ourselves. As industry, we need to flex, to relax and accept the reality of the current generation. In terms of job etiquette, and I can also see in this room, we are all members of the mobile phone generation. And we keep referring to the mobile phones. Imagine what is happening with the young generation, the current employees, the job etiquette. You'll find most of them on their mobile phone, and maybe work may suffer. So those are some of the things we need to balance. How do we induct the young people as they come into the place of work? And finally, it's a question of maybe the practical skill, like our colleague has said here. How much practical knowledge and ability are we exposing our students to, so that when they come to the industry, are they able to give solutions? Do they have the leadership skills? Do they have the communication skills? Do they even have the patience? Because work is about being patient. The patience of a farmer could be lacking to many of those employees. So the work etiquette is important, and also more emphasized in the practical skill, and therefore the ability to be patient. the current employees can walk out of job anytime. They can say, I'm not coming to work tomorrow, when it's done. And maybe finally, we also need to think about the issues of finance management. Finance management, you might find that young people are not able, their priorities are not as expected. They live on the first lane, and that'd be a problem in terms of their performance in the place of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gaitho. You talked about funding and then mismatch in curriculum, financial management, and all those, I think, are key areas to look into. Let us now hear from Mr. Hamad. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, colleagues, for that input that you've given. And if I'm going to go through responding to this question, then I'll be just repeating the same answers that colleagues have given. But I will put this question in two folds. The biggest challenge is working with universities. One is when there is collaboration. And the other angle is when there is no collaboration. So when there is collaboration, then we go through all that aspect that colleagues have mentioned, the mismatch between the academia and industry, the bureaucratic processes of the universities, because they are public, most of them they are public. Even the private universities, they have this bureaucratic process, for example, in procurement, when there is a collaboration with the private sector, and the private sector is not in favor of the bureaucracy. But then there is limited practical exposure of the students. This all have been mentioned. But the other aspect is when there is no collaboration between the university and the industry, and this is the bigger part. So the problem here, to me, is to taking the first step, because it has been said here that we are working in silos. The private sector, we are on our own angle, and the industry, the universities, they'll do their researches on their own silos. So if no one of us is taking the first step to approach the other, then the problem will persist. So the solution here is for us to take the first step, every one of us. The private sector should knock the doors of the universities. The universities should knock the doors of the private sectors, the businesses. This is where we can start the collaboration. And going to the second part of the question, the skills that are missing, of course, it's the same set of the skills that have been mentioned here, the entrepreneurship mindset, the soft skills that have been mentioned here, but also the technical and the digital skills, because this is the digital era. So we should expect that every graduate coming from the university has entrepreneurship mindset, but also the digital skills. During the Moses era, everyone was expected to be witch, or to have some skills in witchcraft, because that is the era. But now, it's the digital era, so we should expect everyone to have these digital skills that can help the employer, that can help to solve the solutions in the workplace. I will end that because the colleagues have said it all.
Okay, thanks a lot, Hamad. And that, of course, brings us to the panelists. And looking at my time, is now 11:06. I think probably we are late by 6 minutes, but I think it's quite vital to get some feedback and questions and answers from the delegates. And it is now time, so if a member has a question, you could raise your hand. But looking from the keynote presenter to the moderator, who is me, and then the panelists that are here, we are all male. So I'm going to give priority to at least 3 ladies first. So I give the choice to the people with the microphone that we do that. And please make sure that your questions are very short and concise in the interest of time. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Dorcas Omhulu. I work for the East African community. And I would like to make a comment about the presentation. And I want to just make a comment about what Mr. Kawazawadi talked about. That is framework for linkage between academia and industry. And having been here since Wednesday, I think for us now it's time to move to the framework where we have a way where the industry is going to be able to work with academia. And of course, he talked about the collaborators, entrepreneurs, participants, and joint ownership. And looking at what Mr. Hamadi talked about yesterday, his example with the wife and himself, where the wife is thinking about the papers and the promotion, him is thinking about that business idea. So we need to be able to have academia bring us the knowledge that we need. And now industry coming in to help us to be able to achieve what we need to bring out innovators and entrepreneurs in our region. And that is why, for me, we need to reduce that fragmentation of the 2 silos, the academia and industry. We need to work together. And I think also from what was mentioned from yesterday, having worked at Commission for University Education in curriculum development for almost 9 years, we had a policy where it said that you must include industry when you're doing stakeholder engagement during curriculum development. But always universities would sit on their own, have their colleagues in the offices, in the department, come up with curriculum without involving the industry. So we'd go as far as asking, who did you bring on the table as your stakeholder engagement as you are doing the review? But you'll always find they have maybe had their friends in the same area. So it's important that we start off from curriculum development, right from when you're doing your curriculum, involve industry. As you teach, bring in industry players. And now these people can be able to collaborate, bring out co-entrepreneurs, participants, and joint ownership. So for me, as I take away from this particular engagement is let us be able to work together. Let us have that framework to help us bring out talent and not just skills. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's take 2 more and then we respond to first that phase. So the next one.
Yes, my name is Jane Ambuka from the University of Nairobi. I just want to finish what I started yesterday on the panel. The issue of pain point, the private sector's pain points. You know, the private sector also has to believe in the capacity of the universities to address your pain points. So are you knocking? The question is private sector knocking at our doors with your pain points so that we can co-create the solution? I'm saying this because, like I said yesterday, I'm in the horticulture sector, and I'm interested in addressing the pain points of the horticulture sector. And I've sat in their meetings, and I've told them the biggest resource we have as universities is researchers. And students at end of every coursework, they're looking for projects. Yeah, they'll come to me as, do you have a project for me? Yes? So we end up, of course, putting them in our donor-funded projects. So they address our objectives for the donor-funded projects. But we don't have to do that. If the private sector has pain points and we have capacity, whether it's engineering, agriculture, food, whatever, health, that is what we're doing. The research we're doing, we have, and I've always challenged the horticulture sector, tell me your problem, your pain point. If I can't deliver that solution we co-create together, then we are not worth being called professors, right? So this is my challenge to the private sector. You have to believe in our capacity. You have to knock our doors. Okay, I think one of the panelists asked if the academia is knocking the private sector. So we need to knock each other's door. But you're the people with the pain points. You need solutions. Work with us. Come and tell us what is the pain point. Let us co-create. And of course, there's funding that is required. Sometimes when you start to table the, I need a budget to support the student and stuff like that, that is where we sometimes part ways, no? Yeah? But we need to believe and put some resources so that we address the pain point. And I believe you me, we have the capacity to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One final slot. I can see Anke. Let's get.
Thank you. I'm Marie-Claudine Wanyirigira from the University of Rwanda. I'm so thankful to the University of Rwanda for having invited me. Even if I'm among administrative and technical staff, but I graduate from Masters of Arts in Development Studies, I feel concerned. So I want to bring my contribution to the entrepreneurship and innovation. My question is this one. It has been raised, yesterday it has been raised that we have a low level of communication inter-universities. I'm asking myself, if we only communicate when we are organizing such forum, if it's yes, we have to raise up the communication inter-university so to participate and to work on recommendations which are given at the end of the forum. So I suggest we have some recommendations at the end of such forum, but do we continue to work on those recommendations and monitor and evaluate the progress? If not, why not? It's not productive to share responsibilities into different universities, then to give a deadline and to give a list of responsible who are working on this or working on that. Then the next step, we will fix a deadline about what will be done. And the next forum will first evaluate what will be done, what has been achieved, and so we can continue. If not, we are coming here, discussing, giving recommendations, and we will communicate again when we will be requested to organize the next forum. So maybe it has been done. This was my first time to participate to such forum, but I suggested to work on that, to work on the recommendations, share responsibilities into different universities, work on those recommendations, evaluate, monitor, and see the progress until organize the next forum and see what you have been achieving. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's have the panelists respond to those questions very quickly, probably in 1 minute per question maximum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, most of them were reactions, not necessarily questions. The first one is about the framework. I agree. We cannot get out of this place without the next course of action. We cannot talk about academia industry collaboration and leave this place without a way forward. I think a framework is necessary. Of course, I agree the industry has the responsibility of also approaching the academia for solutions. That one I agree. So it's a two-way, it's a symbiotic. It's symbiotic, let the two do that. And what she has said up there is about what comes out of this. I understand a similar forum will happen after 2 years. We have to differentiate between decision-making and habits. if it becomes a habit to meet after every 2 years, it will just be a habit. But if we make a decision, just like when you wake up in the morning and you go to the office, are you waking up to go to the office, to meet your students as a habit or a decision that you have gone with an intention to come up with an output? The moment it becomes a habit, it will just be a habit. It may not give any different results. But the moment we come up and say, we met in Kigali, and we came here decisively, and you're coming out of this place with results. Otherwise, if it's a habit, it will just be a habit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The three comments were not directly really questions, but I would like to comment more on what Jen just said. What she said, I don't want it to be seen as if we want to throw the blame game, or the chicken and the egg kind of dilemma. What is necessary and important is the framework. And I do believe in the framework, there are defined roles and responsibilities done. What we see mostly is that you find some institutions, instead of engaging other institutions, they engage and rely on individuals. For example, a University of Rwanda can see me as, because I'm an engineer, maybe I have a certain expertise. Instead of dealing with my institution, they deal with me. And when my interest change, the university gets lost. And this is what we see as the common practice in most institutions. So what is needed most is to build the institutions. For example, in the private sector, there are professional institutions, which has a number of members. In the private sector, there are business associations, which have different members. In the private sector, there are individuals. The collaboration that is needed here does not necessarily mean that you take one and leave the other. Rather, consider all of them, define them in the framework, and then start engaging. If we have a meeting every after 2 years, and we wait until two years to come and discuss same things, definitely we won't get results. The kind of collaboration that is needed needs to define whether there is a gathering, a workshop, or an exchange of knowledge, maybe monthly, maybe quarterly, maybe a year. In fact, yearly would be too long. Quarterly would be most appropriate. And I think if we take this recommendation and then we even assign the recommendation on who should do something, then we would come back and say, look, on the success of university industry collaboration, this is what was recommended, and this is how we have tried. But if we simply leave it open, not defined, we are likely to come after 2 years and repeat the same things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, there was no direct questions, all the contributions and suggestions. But just to cement on what doctor, is it, or professor, you have said about the knocking the doors. Yes, this has to be two ways, although you suggest that we are the one who have the pain points. But of course, you also need your researches to be utilized, not just to be sitting on the shelf. So yes, it's a two-way, and this is where the collaboration can start and be strengthened. I will set a good example of what we have done as a Chamber of Commerce in Zanzibar. We knocked the door to the State University of Zanzibar through its Institute of Tourism, because we had a cry of the investors in tourism that they don't get a product a good product from the universities. And we at the private sector, we were complaining that the locals do not get employed, do not get the benefit of the tourism sector in Zanzibar. Because the investors say, we don't get good graduates, good workforce from the universities. So we saw this is a problem, and then we have to intervene. We approached the Institute of Tourism in Zanzibar, and we established an apprenticeship program where we picked some students, we equipped them with the technical skills, with the soft skills that they can serve in the tourism sector in different areas. And this was successful. But the other example, we approached the Vocational Training Authority, because again, there was a problem with within the same hotel industry that the employer has to employ the plumber, he has to employ the electrician, and the refrigerator or the AC person. So these are three people. And this is a loss for the investor. Then we say, okay, we can break this problem by doing the dual apprenticeship again, where we can put all three courses in one person. So we equip this one young person with the electricity skills, with the refrigeration, and then with the plumbing. So for the employer, you employ three people in one. So that's a saving. But for the young person, then you have three skills that you can either easily get employed or you can employ yourself with these three skills. So if the client needs to be to get some services in electricity, for example, equipment, then you can also offer another service for this client. So at least you have knocked the doors to these universities and vocational training, but no university has knocked our door, no vocational training has knocked our door. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. I can see many hands up, but our time is also very limited. So let's get from Anki, and then the gentleman over there, and there is the prof in African attire, and then of course let me so let's proceed in that order. There are many questions and time is very limited. Let's extract as much as possible, so please make your questions short and concise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Engineer Anke Weisheit, co-founder of Biotrack at Baro University in Science Technology, and working for 20 years in traditional medicine development. I worked in private sector, I worked in private sector, now in academia. I'm asking a question. I know you have CSR funding, some of you, the bigger companies. But I don't see the CSR spent on research and development. It's maybe spent on football, on sports, on something high visibility activities, free drinks, free food, and party. But when it comes to science, even the private sector sometimes come to us at the university and simply say, can we do this and this? I say, okay, it's no problem, but we need reagents, we need some staff time for the lab person. Do you have some funding? Oh, no. So some private sector expect us, the university, to work for free, but it's a cost. There's human resource, there's equipment and consumables. So how can you, as private sector, allocate some funds to R&D and not only to high visibility activities? Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, over there.
Thank you very much for that question, because I'm going to follow up on that one in terms of the research. Do we really have manufacturing industries in our countries? And if we do, what percentage? Because the issue of mismatch between our collaboration between the higher universities and industry is because most of our industries have imported the technology to Africa. And therefore, what we have are packaging industries, which really don't need to do research. The research has been done in Europe, has been done in America. And therefore, you are just busy doing packaging. And therefore, the need for research is not there. So can we really quantify in our industries how many of these are actually manufacturing? And then they will answer the question which was asked by my previous person, that can you invest in research? You can only invest in research if you're manufacturing. And therefore, you have got a problem to solve. And therefore, my question to the panelist is that, are our industries really manufacturing or packaging? Thank you very much.
Quite interesting. Let's have Prof. And then you are next, and then I think that will be last. Yes? Okay. Okay.
Yes, I'm going to be very brief. I know we don't have time. You see, as far as the promotion criteria for the academic institutions are based on papers, and papers. No matter what the quality of the to collaborate with the industry, the people on the ground, the academics will be pulled in a different direction. So I want to ask the question, and I know it's a question for all of us rather than just them. Can we not reconfigure the model of promotion so that promotion is not just singularly alone? I know that's community service, just about papers and papers of research, and sometimes the research is not relevant. But innovation comes in, the amount of people you've mentored, what you've contributed to industry, what you've contributed to manufacturing, all those other factors giving equal weight. So that if you're going to be a professor, it won't just be on papers and community service, but also innovation, links with the industry, output, those you've mentored, and so on and so forth. I think we need to begin to question that. If we continue on this trajectory, we might not make much progress. So is there anything that industry can do to help us academics?
Okay, thank you. I think that's very integral. The gentleman in front, and I think he wants to say something. Then we have Ban. Okay, yes.
Thank you very much. This gentleman is called Philip Pande. I'm the Executive Director, Corporate Career Academy. And I just wanted to speak from a neutral voice, a link between academia and industry. Really, sometimes when we speak, the conversation may be limited to what is not happening than what is happening. There is a knock from both sides, from where we sit. One of them is, when we link students to industry, we have industry partners that want to hold on those students before they graduate, which is a reality, and I'm sure the industry would give feedback, that there is really some good talent that is emerging from our institutions that you want. And sometimes the question is, how can our academic institutions accelerate this in an innovative manner? Because when we talk about, for example, institutions looking outwards in both research and qualifying students, we look for people to give PhDs. And today we talk about doctors of letters still. But do we have those that are going to be doctors of innovation or doctors of entrepreneurship awarded to students that are extremely doing well that industry wants? On the part of the industry that is responding to us appropriately, other than awarding a politician a doctor of laws or letters, are we going to have, for example, an industry that has leadership in accelerating mentorship awarded a doctor of philosophy in leadership or mentorship from the universities. Take that mutuality in terms of reward mechanism would also accelerate what we're talking about in terms of linkages. So when we talk about how do we, for example, assess a good relationship between the industry or success between academia industry, it should also be seen in how we are packaging degrees and also how we are accelerating exit points for those that we have qualified. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's very feasible. Let's have Dr. Ban.
Yeah, regarding the composition of East African industries, as I said before, in course of developing the strategy, I looked at more than 2,000 businesses in East Africa. And I'm just reading a few sentences from the strategy, because I, of course, wrote my observations. And I'm not judging anything, it's just my observations in the strategy. So out of the more than 2,000 enterprises which I looked at, so some enterprises are multi-industry, multi-enterprise conglomerates. So you have big holdings, of which some also operate in multiple East African community partner states. Some of these conglomerates include enterprises that offer a variety of unrelated products. So for example, you have large companies that produce steel, sugar, and cotton, or sugar, extra neutral alcohol, spirits, and electricity, or flowers and LED lights. So you have conglomerates that are not really specialized in one area, but they do all kinds of things. They produce things, they trade with things, etc., etc. But in any case, the majority of manufacturing enterprises produce steel, construction materials, processed food and beverages, agricultural products and inputs, chemicals, pharmaceuticals for both humans and animals. There's a lot of apparel, and there's quite a lot of packaging, of course. Many of these enterprises claim to adhere to or have international, claim to adhere to international or regional norms and standards. And there are quite a number of enterprises that have recognized certifications such as ISO 9001. For example, pharmaceutical enterprises that I have looked at produce a lot of generic and over-the-counter medical products, medical equipment, which is also quite prevalent in East Africa. That's generally imported from abroad. Often it's Indian, South African, and European. But it is distributed by enterprises located in the EAC. Similarly, for example, in the medical field, operating theaters and laboratories are mostly imported, but again, they're usually set up and maintained by local enterprises. Many large manufacturing enterprises are owned by individuals, mostly men, or often they're actually owned by families of South Asian origin. So many of those appear to have established their enterprises some decades ago, but a lot of them also seem to have been established in the late 1980s until the early 2000s. Last observation, I have many more, but it's the last one I'm going to tell you, is so many energy and mining-related enterprises in East Africa are multinationals, and they're often from Europe, North America, and Australia, occasionally from China, South Africa, and the Middle East. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the overview. Let's have from Professor Ario.
Thank you. I've already introduced me. Once again, Alex Ariho, CEO of AIN. I think there are so many questions on the table, but I would like to suggest one option of moving forward. Everybody is talking about knocking on the door. we're talking about public-private sector partnership, and we're talking about universities' collaboration with the industry. Two things. We may need to revisit our engagement strategy, particularly the staff recruitment and the TORs. You are talking about knocking on the door of the private sector. You are sending another professor who is going with the language that does not meet the expectation of the private sector. But this person is in charge of innovation, entrepreneurship, and research at the university because of the experience. I'm going to give an example so that I make it easy. You are all from East Africa. When you identify, when your son identifies a good girl in another tribal clan, you identify a go-between. It doesn't matter how best you're a good parent from this side, and there's another good parent on the other side, but you identify a go-between. Why? That's culture. You need a person that understands the two families. I'll narrow this with an example in football. Talk of Ronaldo. He's the best footballer. But he has got the talent, but he cannot be a marketeer for himself, and at the same time a negotiator. He doesn't know actually what happens about his talent. But from the university perspective, we are very comfortable to become a marketeer, a negotiator, a knowledge hub. I mean, you can't be everything. Wait a minute. Get these young people, create an opportunity for them to play the role of negotiation, communication, knock on the door, do your work of knowledge, technology development, and innovations management. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for that input. There is that gentleman whose hand has been quite up for a long time. I think that will be the last because time has gone.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Professor Cheze Emmanuel from the Adventist University of Central Africa. Thank you so much for your presentations. We have been discussing this issue since years and years. I remember that some years ago, we were in Uganda at Entebbe, whereby we are discussing on how we can facilitate the student and the staff mobility in our universities. Since then, nothing happened. That is the implementation issue. Now, the question is about what my friend, I think is Dr. Vincent, who talked about leadership. So we are talking about challenges. The question was, what are the biggest challenges or key pain points in working with universities? Coming back to leadership, I remember one day I was invited in a conference and they discussed about some issues, and the speaker was from America. He said that the problem that Africa has is not the poverty, rather it is the issue of leadership. Now, my concern is about what Ariho said, Dr. Prof. Ariho said, it is about the issue of recruitment. This is the talent retention. I want to talk about the brain drain. In French, we call it fuite de cerveau. How can we overcome this challenge? As we are talking about just researchers and so on and so forth, you will found, I don't know how it is in your respective countries and universities, but most of our talented researchers, scholars, best students are moving, going out to see what they can get as security, as salary, and so on and so forth. So this is my concern. I think you can respond to this, and this can be a solution to our politicians. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And now I'm requesting the panelists to give a very summarized response, probably 1.5 minutes max, and then you give also your parting shot, and I start with Hamad. Thank you.
That was a surprise. But thank you. To me, I think I would like to address one question of CSR. It was mentioned by Engineer Anke. I think the CSR contribution to research in the university, that has to be a policy issue in a particular state. And I can set example. In Zanzibar, we saw this problem that, as you said, the investor, for example, or the business may wish to offer its CSR just by painting a school. And they're making a lot of profit in that village. And then the other one will just make a football match between the married and the unmarried in the village. And that they call that a CSR. And then we say this is a loss, both for the government, but also for the communities. We made a suggestion to the government that there should be a CSR policy that guides all investors, all businesses, how to make their CSR contribute to the economy and to the life of the people. So we made that, I think, last 2 years, and now it's in the process of the making. Again, the bureaucracy took its place. It's 2 years now, but I don't blame it. It's how it works. But my suggestion is for those countries which do not have a policy or a law, then I think this could only be done through the policies. Otherwise, everyone will do their own ways because it's voluntary. So I will do it or I will not do it. But when there is enforcement by policy or a law, then it will be enforced and it will be directed where this fund should go. And then the university should be at the forefront to request for that funds to conduct researches. Thank you.
Thank you. Though it was a surprise, you gave a very good response and suggestion. Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much. My conclusive remarks would be that if we want the change that we have been discussing for the last 3 days, we must also agree and commit to change our way of doing things. I totally concur with Dr. Hare. We need to reinvent how we have been doing things if we are expecting the results that we actually need in the right time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Jaganyi talked about manufacturing in East Africa. We are packaging. True. And assembling things. Knockdown kits, you assemble them and you have a car. We throw the ball to the universities. That the universities should help to disrupt. Let us identify our niche as East Africa. Let us identify our competitive advantage in East Africa. What is it that we have a very big market. The market now stretches from Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. It's the whole entire Africa. That's the East Africa now. From Mombasa to Kinshasa. It's a big market. We can actually be sufficient. Let us, through the universities, identify our niche, come up with disruptive solutions that will address our problem. Maybe we are following the wrong approach. I like engineer and what she's doing with traditional medicine. That could be our solution. COVID came and we went begging for vaccine. Yet we are around doing a lot of research in our universities. Let us disrupt by moving away from just manufacturing, from packaging to manufacturing for ourselves, for our market. Let's also, as people, embrace a business mentality in what we do. You know, tourism rides on hospitality. Being hospitable will make tourists come to you and even do repeat tours because of the experience they had. And it is simply commercializing our hospitality. Africans are hospitable, and by being welcoming, tourism has flourished because we have commercialized our hospitality. It's a high time we need to put business mentality in what we do if we have to bring about progress. Finally, I think again we throw this to the universities about rethinking models of promotion. It is the universities and the commissions of higher education that come up with ways of promoting people from the various levels. And it is them, plus the universities, that have failed to recognize other models other than publications and supervisions. Innovations should actually be considered among the qualification requirements. Others, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing a very vibrant result out of this 3 days conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Let me just now give a very brief closing remark. This session went very well, and especially that aspect of providing the university industry collaboration, and especially the portfolio framework that was presented by Dr. Friedrich. I think that will be very, very, very useful. And for universities to have impact and that big socio-economic transformation will be to the extent to which we support the private sector, because when we look at most of our economies are informal, 80% of the business are in the informal sector, and that's where most of the younger generation are employed, and transforming those industries from micro and small scale industry to large scale industries will be a major route of economic transformation. I think the key aspect from my perspective is change management, and somebody said that Africa is not deficient of ideas. It is the change management and execution strategy, mindset change, that is very vital. With that, we now come to the close of this session, but first of all, I would like to thank our panelists for the presentations, the response, and also the keynote speaker and the participants for the useful questions and feedback that we have obtained. Let's give a warm applause to our keynote speaker and participants. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the protocol remain observed. It's my pleasure and honor to moderate the closing ceremony for this 3-day engagement that we have had in Kigali. Just as an overview, we are going to have a number of activities, but I wish to promise that these activities will take a very short time, and by 1:15 we should be closing for our lunch. We are going to have an evaluation of this event, and we are going to have an online which will be projected, and we kindly request you to scan and complete the form so that we can get your feedback and we can take your recommendations for action. We are going to receive remarks from 2 participants, one representing the academia, and the second one will represent the private sector. We will also receive a vote of thanks from one of the key organizers of this forum. And after that, I will take the pleasure to invite the Deputy Executive Secretary, representing the Executive Secretary, to take us through the key resolutions and the way forward. And after he has executed that function with your input and agreement and consensus, we will give awards to our distinguished exhibitors for the 2025 APPPF. Once that is done, then the Executive Secretary of IUCA will invite our chief guest for the closing ceremony to make his remarks and officially close the session here and open the session outside the conference room. The real session for networking and integration. With that, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, allow me to invite you first to scan through that code and kindly complete the evaluation of this event. We consider your input very vital in planning the future event and also in planning other events of IUCA. As you complete that evaluation and feedback, ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to take this opportunity to invite Professor Isaiah Wakandiki to come and make remarks on behalf of the participants from the side of academia. Professor, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, moderator, and I stand on the already established protocol for this forum. Let me introduce myself, Isaiah Wakindiki, not Wakindika. Yeah, that's the introduction, and in the words of our Executive Secretary, I am an East African, a citizen of the Republic of Kenya. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University in Kenya. KCA University is a private university. We have a population of around 28,000. We run 3 schools and 1 technical institute. And we are basically in technology and business education, and also in the area of creative industry. And on behalf of all the participants, we came here, some were delivering keynote addresses, others were asking questions, others were silent like myself. So on behalf of all those, I want to say a few things, and that is the lessons that I have learned from this forum that I will take home. Number one, in this forum, I have learned as the head of university and institutions in the region, we should adopt the triple helix model in our operations, where we not work in silos, but let us engage the government and the private sector continuously in our activities. We are talking about for sustainability. When we mention the word government, sometimes we fail to understand who the government is. In many a times, and the theory that I learned in school, I was told that the judiciary is part of government, the legislature is part of government, and the executive is part of government. Elsewhere, I read a book by somebody called Green, and he talked about laws of power. And there is a law number 19 that deals with knowing who to engage and who to deal with. Specifically, the law says, do not offend the wrong person. When we talk of government, I think we shy off to talk about our politicians. We are Africans. And much of government actually is driven by the politicians. So let us engage those that have influence on what we are doing so that our innovation, our entrepreneurial endeavors will get the necessary support. Second, we have been challenged to establish business incubation networks, especially within the region. We can start with our own countries, but as we sit here as the East African region, it is necessary that we have these business incubation networks that link us in the region so that we can learn from one another and promote each other as institutions. At the same time, the third item I learned from the presentations, the questions, and the deliberations that we had is the need to establish innovation centers, technology parks, etc. in our institutions to promote the agenda of innovation and entrepreneurial education. Fourth is to make our universities and institutions of higher learning to be sources of spin-out companies. It's not just publications, but also let us facilitate spin-out companies. These are enterprises from our institutions and in the region. Number 5 is to appoint and engage industry experienced leaders in our faculty as instructors. Very necessary, not just to recruit first-class holders who have master's degree and PhD from all over, but also to look at ways of engaging industry experienced leaders to give instruction alongside the traditional faculty that we have been engaging. And lastly, is to have targeted support for undergraduate programs that aim to prepare young minds into this agenda of entrepreneurship and innovation. With that, I want to believe, Mr. Moderator, I have represented adequately all the participants of this forum. Until 2 years' time, I say goodbye, and may God bless each one of us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Professor Isaiah Wakindiki, and my apology for rebaptizing you this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite our second person to give remarks on behalf of the private sector, and I take the opportunity to invite Dr. Ehud Gachugu. Yesterday you were given a new name, but I want to maintain the old name, Gachugu, who is the Deputy CEO of Kenya Private Sector Alliance. Karibu sana.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, for coming to my rescue. I think that's the first thing I should have corrected, to correct my name. But standing on the protocols already established, my name is Ehud, and I work with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. As it has been mentioned, I have two roles at the Alliance. Number one is to deputize our CEO, but the second one, and the most important one, is that I'm the Global Director for Youth and Jobs. So this conversation today really sits very much at the heart of what I do, and really appreciate the opportunity to be part of part and parcel of such an important and wonderful convening. So thank you very much, you, sir, for really acknowledging and inviting us to this very important forum. Allow me just to make a few observations, remarks, and reflection on this convening. It is really very important when we gather the private sector and academia together, as well as the public sector, to look at the importance of collaborating, coming together, and looking for solutions that are of mutual interest. I have seen tremendous progress through this convening, that there's intentionality for both parties to work together. Acknowledging also that there are numerous milestones that both, or the entities that are involved in education ecosystem have made throughout the journey and intentions of working together. You know, we've had very successful case studies of how academia is working with the private sector. We've had how government is working on progressive policy frameworks to encourage the collaboration. We've seen the institutions within our region, how they are tirelessly looking for ways and means of collaborating and coordinating us to be more effective and efficient in delivery of our various mandates. We've also seen how private sector is also endeavored and looking forward to working more intentionally with the academia. So as I stand here with a lot of appreciation and also gratitude, and acknowledge that we are not coming from point zero. We are coming actually to from a point where a lot of work has been done, institutions have been set, and the only remaining thing now is to progress and build on the successes that we've already achieved. My second point is that we do appreciate there are gaps that are still remaining. And summarizing the gaps from our side, the private sector side, the first one is about coordination. While a lot of work is happening, the mechanisms for coordinating and ensuring that we are learning from each other, we are highlighting success stories, celebrating achievements together, but also picking gaps and areas that we should be prioritizing remains a challenge. So as we move forward as private sector entities, we would like to think how best we can be a solution towards supporting the coordination of public-private sector as well as academia collaboration through the triple helix model. The second element that we are taking away is around creating awareness. This platform was wonderful, and I was very excited to see that there are private sector organizations and representatives of business membership organization bodies in this forum. But if you look at the representation, it should have been 50-50. However, we acknowledge this good progress. I reflected and I asked myself a very fundamental question. How many business meetings do I have every other week? How many business events and delegations do I host every other week? I can tell you there are many. Have I in any day thought of tagging along our academia partners to these meetings? I think you can guess the answer. We need to create more awareness. We need to be more intentional about our action, and we need to be more intentional about how we involve each other. So the private sector is open to working with academia, with all parties, to really bridge this gap and make sure that we can maximize on it. The other point I wanted to raise was, and it's a very fundamental point, was the difference between research and solutions. I think while we have talked fundamentally about the role of research, we also need to really ramp up the discussion around solutions. I am really excited to hear the progress that we are making in our universities toward advancing research, science, and knowledge. Great. In the private sector, we are advancing and working tirelessly to look for solutions. Great. But do they mean the same thing? I think that's a question that is still open for all of us to continue reflecting on and seeing how we can bridge these needs through effective communication and creating mutual trust where this, this kind of common language can be fostered. And I am remembering the question that was asked during the panel in the one, that yes, we are here with you, we start the journey together with you, but you finish faster and you leave us in the field. Really, that's the difference between research and solutions. Lastly, as I wind up my presentation, I want to say that we have enough policy frameworks in the region. I am sure that we're not calling ourselves up for another research to develop another framework to enhance, to foster collaboration. Time to act is now. We have all the necessary instruments to move. We have all the necessary institutions to progress. We have all the right people to make these things work. So our call to action, let us move into action, and I'm sure we are going to make this region a greater region for our institutions, for the private sector, and more importantly, for the young people who we are serving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to Dr. Ihud. Thank you very much for your remarks and for inviting us to act now and not later. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Salome Guchu, one of the core organizers of this 13th APPPF here in Kigali. Dr. Guchu. The Vice Chairperson of the organizing committee. You're welcome.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. Our guest, Mr. Moses Turansise, Director General, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ministry of Trade and Industry. Thank you for being with us. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand before you to express the heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee. As we conclude this insightful forum, our sincere thanks goes first to the Republic of Rwanda for being a wonderful host to this event. Asante. Our deepest gratitude goes to our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Joseph Nsegimana, Minister of Education, for his inspiring keynote address, which provided valuable insights during the opening session. And actually, it also provided us with much information to reflect on even as we deliberate in these sessions. So pass our regards again and sema asanti. We say it that way in Kiswahili. We are grateful to our distinguished speakers who shared their knowledge and insights, starting from the keynote speaker, who was from the Semiconductors Technology Limited, Dr. Githiji, our plenary presenters for all the 5 plenary sessions, and the panelists in all the 5 sessions. We do not have words to say. All we can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We give thanks also to our dedicated organizing committee, and this first goes to the local organizing committee in Rwanda, comprising of representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And allow me to mention the representative, Dr. Oswald Nyakana. And of course, we had representative from Higher Education Council, National Council for Science and Technology, members of IUCA member university, and of the Rwanda Conventional Bureau. And we are really grateful for your cooperation. To the IUCA Organizing Committee members, led by our chairperson, Professor Idris Lai, and the team. Allow me for this, because these are my colleagues. Just stand up. We acknowledge your tireless effort and your meticulous planning that actually does not go unnoticed. The team from IUCA, thank you very much. I thought, Prof, you would start because you are the chair, you know? No problem. So, to all of you participants and our exhibitors, a few may have come here as exhibitors already. They are still down, now wrapping up. And, you know, this event, with all these organizations, with all the speakers, without participants, it wouldn't have been an event. And so, we just appreciate you, we acknowledge you, and your presence and engagement in various sessions, and even at the exhibitions, it made this forum really productive. So we thank you for making APPPF memorable. I believe that to each one of you, you have something to talk about as we leave this hall. In a special way, we want to acknowledge our partners who has generously contributed to this event. You've been instrumental in making this forum. I know at this moment we may not mention all our partners, but we know ourselves and we appreciate you and pass the words everywhere. In conclusion, I'd like that to extend, on behalf of the organizing committee, the sincere gratitude to our technical support team, the team that is controlling all this audio, all the communications we are seeing around, because they've really ensured that all our sessions run seamlessly, both in person and virtually. We've had a big number of virtual participants, and even some of our panelists, they really, our speakers and panelists, they really presented virtually without any hitch. So, asanteni sana, the team there. So, and finally, I would like to thank once again, each one of you for your support, contribution, and engagement into this. And I would wish you a happy stay in Kigali for those who are staying, and safe travels back home as we travel. And like we say in Kigali, murakoze cyane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guchu. Another round of applause to Guchu for giving us thanks. And I think we need to give ourselves another round of applause for the successful event that has gone on. Ladies and gentlemen, at this particular point, we are going to have a summary of what has taken place in the last 2 days, but particularly, more importantly, the way forward. Our guest of honor, the Director General for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ministry of Trade and Industry of the Republic of Rwanda. The 3 days have been very engaging days, with many speakers giving a lot of insight into the topics that have been discussed. In this session, we can only highlight some of the key emerging issues, some of the key recommendations, and some of the key resolutions, so that we can go home with some particular elements. the full report will be developed and will be shared with all the stakeholders. To do that, ladies and gentlemen, our Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa, who is ably represented here by his Deputy Executive Secretary, Professor Idris Rai, is going to give us the way forward and the key recommendations emerging from our 13th APPPF held here in Kigali. Professor Rai, you're welcome. Please join me to welcome Professor Rai.
Thank you very much, Professor Mawa. Chief guest, Mr. Moses Turasinze, Director General of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Minister of Trade and Industry, government officials here present, heads of ESC institutions present, chief executive officers of private companies, captains of industry, vice chancellors, and rectors of public and private universities present. I would particularly like to recognize Professor Munana, Vice Chancellor of UTAP. You are not here during the opening. You are a member of the Executive Committee. Please stand up so that the participants see you. Thank you for joining us, even if it's the last day. Principals, Vice Chancellors and Rectors, public and private universities, principals, provosts, and directors of technical and vocational education institutions present. Dr. Edward, DG, Higher Education Council, thank you for joining us again. Invited experts, keynote speakers, moderators, and panelists from ESC and beyond. Researchers and innovators, members of the business community, IUC and ESC staff present, representatives of the ESC Youth Ambassadors Platform. I saw you yesterday. Are you still here today? Or you are in Kigali? Yes, can you stand up? Those are ambassadors. Yes, let's clap for them. Students, representatives, media fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At this place, I could not skip the protocol because I'm going to invite chief guest after this, so it has to be complete. Good afternoon. I wish my presence here would be short. Unfortunately, I'm given a long, big task. It's divided into two tasks, subtasks. One is to provide to you key recommendations that provides resolutions on issues that we have to agree together. We discussed and we agreed together we're going to do in the next 2 years. And endorse, comment and endorse. So I'll present, stop, get some comments, and we endorse. And then later, I'll provide brief closing remarks. And I'm doing this all on behalf of our Executive Secretary, who unfortunately had to leave early this morning due to some emergencies back home. And he regrets that he was not be able to be with you at the closing session. So on the key recommendations, we classified the key recommendations into the following areas: university-industry partnership, commercializations, innovation incubation hubs, artificial intelligence, and industry perspective. Then we have others which don't fall in any of these classes. I must say that when we received the first report with all captured recommendations, they had about over 70 of them. As the moderator said, the sessions were very engaging. People put their recommendations. Everybody suggested, we discussed. And I think our report is going to be really, really rich. But of all that, we have to identify key recommendations that are actionable, implementable. We can't implement 80 recommendations in 2 years. Neither 30 plus recommendations, we already have them here. But it's a stock of what we believe we can do together, and we keep it within our programs at any time to implement. So let me start with university-industry partnership. We agreed. And by the way, a disclaimer, some of these we had not discussed. We as IUCEA, we believe they are useful, but I present them to you. If you agree, we endorse. If you don't agree, we remove. And anything else is missing that is important, you also remind us. So please pay attention. This is an important session. So the first one, we agreed to develop that institutions or organizations should develop research agenda with the involvement of private sector to align with local challenges and industrial needs. We agreed that for effective private sector engagement, higher education institutions need to conduct needs assessment and provide evidence-based solutions to industry. We agree that there's a need for clear policy framework for collaboration between higher education institutions and the private sector. We agree that policymakers and institutions establish joint university industry research labs with core funding, or we recommend. We recommend that universities be involved, to involve industry and professional bodies in curriculum development and review. We agree that we should develop a framework for staff exchange with the industry, whether institutions or I use say as a guiding framework. But there should be a framework that guides a framework for staff exchange with the industry. At the moment we have students that go to industry, but this is again, someone said we should look beyond to what we do. We agree that universities need to open their campuses to industry, to use the labs and workshops and other facilities. And industry leaders need to learn from universities on new innovation opportunities and leadership competencies from universities. We agree that we need to promote and support joint research co-created, co-implemented, co-financed by university, industry, and community. We recommended that IUCEA do more to support the private sector to partner with higher education institutions. We also recommend that governments to incentivize industry, such as through tax rebates, tax holidays, to attract them to partner with the academia. Now the next class of the recommendations is on commercialization. We recommend that higher education institutions to make deliberate efforts to create or restore trust with the private sector. We recommend that we recommend to design a structured programs that support commercialization with indicators like patents and revenue from IP. We recommend that universities can better support commercializations by inviting practitioners to the classrooms and laboratories in teaching initiatives, or to engage in teaching initiatives. We agree that there's a need for supportive institutional policies guided by national policies anchored to academia and industry. We recommend that higher education institutions need to establish and register companies responsible for promoting commercializations for students and staff innovation products. We recommend that we map institutions, IUCEA, and other organizations, map existing best practices in technology transfer and commercializations from the region, and develop a framework to guide other institutions. We map existing best practices in technology transfer and commercialization from the region and develop a framework to guide other institutions. We recommend that higher education institutions to establish their own factories to manufacture products coming out of the innovations of staff and students. And we also propose and recommend that we recommend to assist universities, IUCEA, to assist universities to develop proper intellectual property policies. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a thorough discussion on innovation and and in entrepreneurship. Chief guest, this is where everybody, almost everybody, has something to contribute and suggest. And finally, we believe that these are the key recommendations. And we recommend that governments in the region need to create conducive regulatory framework for advancing innovations. We recommend that organizations promote the establishment of innovations, incubation hubs in higher learning institutions, and develop a framework of integrating innovations and knowledge transfer into academic structures. I think we spent a long time, many people suggested this one, so I'll repeat. We agree on the promotion of the establishment of innovation incubation hubs in higher learning institutions. We have very few. And to develop a framework for integrating innovations and knowledge transfer in academic structures. That innovations and entrepreneurship should be considered just like any other academic program. So we have units specifically dealing with that. We recommend to establish compulsory modules on innovation and entrepreneurship for all students of higher learning institutions. And this is the role of higher learning institutions themselves. We recommend to develop and institutionalize mentorship and advisory programs in partnership with industry, venture capitalists, and alumni. We recommend to put in place mechanisms for students to obtain credits from innovations that add up to their qualifications. These are the new way of thinking how to do new things. We don't do this at the moment, but many people emphasize that this is important. That innovation activities should be considered to have credits, just like any other programs that add to qualifications. We recommend for all responsible actors to allocate innovation grants in their research and development budget. Institutions, we also recommend institutions to provide scholarships, especially higher learning institutions, to support innovators to encourage solving local problems. Institutions to provide scholarships and support innovators to encourage solving local problems. We recommend institutions to open innovation space to the local community, in addition to students within the institutions. It was also advised to IUCER, and hence we all recommend to IUCER to extend mobility program to innovators. It was also advised to IUCER to identify and award best innovative and entrepreneurial higher learning institutions in the region. Next is on artificial intelligence. Again, it was very engaging discussion yesterday about artificial intelligence. It's a hot topic, as we all know it. And we recommend and resolve that institutions should undertake digital maturity assessment, including the assessment of their information architecture to identify their level of digital readiness for AI adoption. We were told by a participant from IBM, there's no AI without IA. So this is where it stands. We recommend to government to create AI-specific regulatory and ethics framework with input from universities, industries, and other stakeholders. We recommend and agree that there should be developed standardized AI curricula, faculty training programs, and demand-driven AI skilling programs in higher learning institutions. And this is the role of IUCER, to develop standardized recommendations for standardized curricula. We don't develop curricula, but standards of those curricula. We agree to encourage locally developed AI solutions that reflect African context. We recommend investment in digital structure for data storage, processing, and access to enable AI education, research, and innovation initiatives. We agree that there should be created an open data strategy to facilitate AI-driven solutions. And we recommend to support innovation hubs and startup incubators focusing on AI. Next class is on academic delivery. And again, this was shared by everybody. We have a lot of recommendations, but the key ones include recommendation that higher education institutions adopt transdisciplinary education to integrate problem-solving skills to their curricula to cultivate talents that can address complex problems. We recommend to higher education institutions to invite practitioners to the classes, laboratory teaching, and expose students to industrial practices through field attachments and visits. We recommend to consider performance achievements in innovation, entrepreneurship, industry engagement into academic staff policy, promotion policy. I think this was also contributed by a large number of us, that we have to relook at our promotion policies to consider these aspects of higher learning institutions. We recommend that higher education institutions to develop and institutionalize continuous staff development and exchange program for capacity enhancement, specifically to respond to emerging pedagogical approaches. We recommend research for community transformation should pay attention to frugal innovation approach to promote low-cost innovations. And we recommend higher education institutions to consider adopting cooperative education system to provide hands-on skills to the graduates, and hence to strengthen or to enhance the employability. And we recommend to higher education institutions to consider provision of micro-credentials in talent and skills cultivation. Last before one is industry perspective, the session we had this morning. We recommend to foster regional collaboration among universities and with the regional industry. So this is on emphasis of local or regional collaborations before we look at international collaborations as a way to build trust with the local industry. There was emphasis on that. We agree for enhancement or to have enhancement for enhanced engagement strategy. We agree that business associations and professional bodies in partner states advocate for university industry partnership to their member organizations. So business associations and professional bodies should be our ambassadors to their stakeholders. So for those who are here today, when they meet, we want you to use this as a language. Put it in your strategic directions. That is the idea. We recommend associations to invite higher education institutions and IUSER to their platforms to showcase their innovations, products, and services. As Mr. Kaguju Ehud, it's not Kacha, I don't want to go there. Kajugu. Yeah, he said he meets with partners every week, but he never thought about, yes, we have our partners elsewhere. Kachugu. I don't want to make that mistake again. So please, for those heads of associations, when you go there, think about inviting your national prominent higher education institutions to showcase what they have, but also invite us as IUSER, to advocate further on that engagement. I think what we need to do in the next 2 years, more to build on the advocacy, trust, and to engage. We recommend that higher education institutions recruit business persons, business people, to lead innovations and knowledge transfer units of universities. These people should have common language to the industry, and academia may lack that language, and hence hinder that partnership. We recommend to universities to partner with industry and fund research and innovations in specific areas of industrial interest in higher education. Universities to partner with industries and fund research and innovations on specific areas of industrial interest in higher education institutions. Now we may rephrase this. This is linked to a recommendation we have in mind of private sector with the industry to establish chairs, research and innovation chairs within higher learning institutions. It was a little bit rephrased here, but idea is higher education institutions to partner with industry to establish and fund research and innovation chairs within higher learning institutions. That's the best way of getting industries engaged. One of the best ways. It's not cheap. Others, it was recommended to IUC and higher learning institutions to consider diaspora as partners in advancing education, research, and innovation in the region. And it was also recommended to IUC to give a proper feedback of progress made in the next APPPF. And I'd like to appreciate the private sector in their session. They all touched on, okay, we are sitting here for 2 years. Are you coming after 2 years talking about the framework again? We try our best at IUC. Yesterday, I told you about the conference we had on AI and the issues, the intervention that we are already implementing, emanating from the resolutions of that conference. And one that I forgot to tell you is training academics on the use of AI in teaching and learning. We started that in partnership with UNESCO, one in UNESCO center. It's called UNESCO International Center for Higher Education Innovations based in Shenzhen. So for member institutions, expect any time to receive a letter requesting you to nominate academic staff to start the first phase of training. But we will do it over and over. At the moment, we're training our local trainers. We've identified experts in educational technologies. We've engaged them. We have the modules. So this is what we do. So the same as this one, as you've heard from the strategy presentation, we incorporate these ideas within our work plan as well as strategic plan for the next 5 years, even next year. So we'll try our best. But again, we have to work together into this. So as I said, I'll have 2 parts of my being here. This is the first part. This is the resolutions. And also building into the way forward. This is our resolutions. I said we'll allow you to comment, to see whether there's something doesn't fit there, we remove. Something really key but missing. As I said, we had over 80 of these recorded. So really key and important that we need to put, please comment so that we note, and then we move forward to the next part, which will be shorter than this one. So I'll leave it to the moderator to seek a few that you think are missing with these, the key recommendation that we have. Yes, it's not working? Okay, we need another mic. This one doesn't work, please. And we need someone to help moving that mic. So let's make it short. I think we try to be comprehensive as possible, but we want the key important ones.
Okay, thank you very much. A key component, the key component is to have a component of youth in the strategy. I think that was mentioned yesterday, that there is a missing youth component.
Can you rephrase it? Because all our students are youth to start with, but let's put it clearly.
Youth in decision making.
Okay.
For example, a panel physically in this meeting, the panel should be one youth
Very
panel mixed up with different private
So,
sector,
okay, very good.
university and so on.
Very important point. I think we've captured that one. Any other key missing? That's, yes, missing, and it's important. And it's important because we do this for the youth, right? And their voice is important to be heard. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Cyprien. Among the recommendations, I would like to add the one of private sector facilitation to access data. Because in terms of research, sometimes you find institutions, private ones, to be reluctant to give data. You know, any research is based on data, which is real. I can give an example like in the banks and elsewhere.
Okay.
When you go for data collection,
thank you. If you look at artificial intelligence recommendation number 6,
Yes.
we recommend together to create an open data strategy to facilitate AI-driven solution. I think it's covered there. Thank you. Any other missing? Okay, I think we've covered enough. If you add more, it will be difficult to, yes, Dr. Baguma, it'll be difficult to, to report back in all the recommendations we might have. So please mention only the key ones. Yes. Dr. Baguma? Yes. Can you switch it on?
Thank you. Well, we need to check, but I think the prominence of reward and recognition, developing a system of incentivizing the innovators, both sides, it's very, very, very important, but I don't know where it fits and how we can capture that across.
Okay, let me read 2 recommendations and you tell us whether we captured that. One is on university industry part, which we recommend governments to incentivize industries to attract them to partner with academia towards strengthening innovation. But another one also we propose, okay, let's see if I can find it, that we identify the most innovative and innovative and entrepreneurial universities. IUCEA should identify the best innovative entrepreneurial universities and reward them. And the best place to do is in a platform like this. So we identify the best innovative, they do exhibitions, we look at our members, they submit their proposals, we find committee, they look at and then we identify some of the best. We invite them to come here, they exhibit, but also we reward them here. Does that fit with what you're saying? If not, please rephrase that particular.
It captures, however, I was looking at 2 ways. For example, a country like Rwanda, we have been here, we can as well recognize the entrepreneurs, the best entrepreneurs and innovators from the private sector. So it is 2 ways to make sure that we incentivize the entire ecosystem that facilitates the collaboration between universities and private sector. Thank you.
Point taken. We are looking largely at where our mandate falls. So that one has to be discussed. Definitely, inviting them is okay, it's like inviting the industry, but the main focus could be innovation through universities. Of course, private sector innovation is key. We'll see how we can include that one. Dr. Baguma will be the last one. Yeah, let's
yes,
okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's not major, but one, before the categorization, which I really appreciate the way they have been, I am suggesting we have, the preliminary, like it was done last 2 years, noting. I think there are some things we need to note. For instance, with this debate, we needed to recall the key role or the key mandates of academia, higher education, because someone else who has not been here has, first of all, to keep in mind. And then second, there's a need to keep track of what, for instance, we call in Rwanda general higher education and TVET. Because, again, there are certain things that maybe they are being requested. I mean, we are requesting maybe certain things to general higher education, and yet maybe they take place in the other pathway. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We tried to use our mandates, for those who are not aware, our mandate is going to be expanded. The Council of Ministers of East African Community is thinking of expanding the mandate of IUCEA beyond universities, that is going to TVET. And even our membership allows any degree awarding institution to be a member of IUCEA. So even in our recommendation, we use higher education institutions largely, and we're carefully using universities nowadays. So, but the point taken. Yes, Gajugu.
Yeah, thank you very much. And my question was whether we could expand the concept of innovation also to include employment, because at the end of the day, I think the high outcome you're all looking in all these interventions are actually jobs. Could we expand that?
So what are specific recommendations?
The recommendation is that beyond just recognizing innovations, we also include an element of employment or job creation.
Okay. So that's noted. We'll see how we can revise what we have. Yes, there's a hand behind there. It's important to listen to these hands, because after here we're all going to agree with these as resolutions. If someone says no, it's a problem.
Thank you so much. As you have said, we should also look more on ways to help us youth to be more innovative, but also, sincerely speaking, you are growing, you are becoming old, you need people who will replace you in the coming years. So I have one recommendation. Is it possible to talk with the government so they can be a policy that will regulate all the NGOs that come to work in our countries, so that they can be a policy? At least each NGO can have 2 or 3 students that it will help to study either master's or PhD, and they will be innovative, also studying by learning or by doing academically, but also practically from those NGOs. So they can be a policy for that.
Thank you very much. That is noted. I think the rapporteur have noted that one. We will see where it will fit. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So perhaps it would fit when these NGOs will be required to support groups that have some entrepreneurial ideas, innovative ideas, to develop those ideas into products, rather than scholarships. Yeah, we are dealing more on innovation, entrepreneurial partnership with university and industry. For scholarships, we do have different other programs, as MC has said, and if you are a student at different level, please visit our website. We have many initiatives on scholarships. Keep in your eye, look around, and we advertise thoroughly. So go to our website, you see an opportunity, you qualify, please apply. Well, there's another hand behind there and another hand here. Well, the hands are increasing, so you let me know when we are done, because it's 1:30. So please, only when the key recommendation is forgotten. We don't want to start new discussion. Please, let's consider the time. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Innocent. I'm from the private sector. I wanted to hear that maybe something about the environment would be embedded in all we are talking about, because after all, the academia is producing decision makers. So if they start from there and then have that environmental, feeling of responsibility towards that, would be better.
You mean green things, right? Climate change, environment.
For example, we happen to be in Kigali that is really green. How about also spreading this to other locations as well.
Thank you very much. So for innovators, they will consider environment and green, whatever, as part of the innovations. I think they'll become. Please, let's focus. There's one here and the other one here. I hope there won't be another hand so that we move on.
Thank you so much. My name is Elish Krever. I'm a social creative entrepreneur. Thank you. I'd like to thank you for choosing that theme, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship through university industry partnership for Africa sustainable future. It's a time when you see 38 years to go toward the Africa we want, Agenda 2063, and 25 years to go toward an East African Agenda 2050. But what the education institutions are doing to decentralize this ambition, so that.
So your key recommendation?
Decentralizing this agenda and align it with the schools, the universities, daily activities, so that the young generation must start to work accordingly to their ambitions.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. The last one behind there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Jeremiah Muneni. I'm from Kenyatta University, Kenya. My recommendation is, or my observation is, we have looked at private-public partnership, especially with regards to when we come to academia producing students who are not fully baked, if I may use the word. And, but again, we realize that because of scarcity of employment, sometimes we have students who have trained, for instance, in education, taking up jobs in banks. So there is need for the East African countries to look into the idea of giving more emphasis on graduate trainees, so that when you adopt somebody who has not really done exactly the course that he is going to undertake, we have them being trained. We also need to have at least expand chances for internship, practicum, whichever word we use, depending on the country, for purposes of training these young ones who have graduated from the universities. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that is captured, but also we've captured in the resolutions, especially the last part. I said that would be the last one. Would that be the last one? There's another one there. So okay, let's take this as the last one.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Patrick Chamanywa, Vice Chancellor, Uganda Matters University. I would like to thank the rapporteurs for putting together very good resolutions, and I would like to therefore move a motion that we adopt the resolutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the motion is there. Yes? You're seconding the motions, yes. So let's... So way forward, we're thinking about having a policy brief on this, but also we're thinking about putting actors responsible for each of the resolution and then share to those respective actors for implementation. So that was the first part of my way forward presence. Now the second part is just a small, very short remarks on behalf of the Executive Secretary, as I said, who is not able to be here today. And a disclaimer, I didn't tell him, a disclaimer that these remarks are AI assisted. Yeah, yesterday was a disclaimer that the guy was here, said, I'm not a robot, and whatever I'm going to say is not ChatGPT. Now here I'm disclaimer that this is AI assisted, but of course, these tools are there to be used. Now see how it works, because I haven't changed anything. Chief guest, yes. Chief guests, distinguished participants and colleagues and partners, as we arrive to closure of this 13th Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum, allow me to express my deepest appreciation for your active participation and unwavering commitment of the past few days. We gathered under the theme Fostering Innovation and Entrepreneurship through University Industry Partnership for East Africa's Sustained Future. And through our collective efforts, we have shaped a clear roadmap for driving regional development. From designing structured commercialization programs to opening innovation spaces for local communities, and from establishing AI-specific regulatory frameworks to integrating entrepreneurship education across the board, these recommendations were co-created by academia, we are here, private sector, policymakers, and development partners. They form a powerful blueprint for East Africa's path forward, a path where research, excellence, entrepreneurial talent, and cutting-edge technology come together to address pressing challenges and unlock new opportunities. On behalf of IUSEA, I extend heartfelt gratitude to the government of people of Rwanda, for the government and people of Republic of Rwanda for their gracious hospitality. I also commend our speakers, panelists, and moderators who did a very excellent job. That is excellent jobs, but whose expertise and thought-provoking contributions enriched every session that we had. A special thank goes to our organizing committee. I think we've thanked them thoroughly through the vice chair, and in particular to the local organizing team. We can't appreciate you enough. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to kick up this event the way we did, for their tireless dedication in ensuring the seamless execution of this forum. Yet, our work does not end here. The recommendations we have crafted demand collaborative action, policy alignment, and financial investment. As you return to your respective institutions, I urge you to carry this momentum forward and play a pivotal role in implementing these solutions. IUSEA stands ready to support you, whether through facilitating mobility programs for innovators, recognizing best practices, or championing regional initiatives that strengthen university industry linkages. Let us leave this forum inspired, united, and determined to turn ideas into tangible results for our students, our communities, and our economies. May our shared commitment ensure that East Africa becomes a shining example of how partnership, innovation, and entrepreneurship can truly transform the region. Thank you once again for your invaluable contributions, and safe travels back home. Let our unity of purpose guide us as we continue building a brighter and more sustainable future for East Africa. Murakoze shane, asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Now, these last ones were not generated by AI. I copied them somewhere, and thank you very much for listening to me. Now, at this junction, I would like to invite, it's my singular honor, to invite our chief guest to give his closing speech, his DG from Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation from Industry and Trade Ministry of Republic of Uganda. Please welcome to give your speech and also close this forum for today. But I think I'm reminded that he will invite you for something else first. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give our Deputy Executive Secretary a round of applause. Thank you very much for taking us through the core part of our 3-day engagement, the resolutions that we can now move forward with. Our chief guest, we would like to request you to do one task first before you make your final remarks. And I will invite you to come forward with the Deputy Executive Secretary to give awards to our exhibitors who did an excellent work exhibiting their works, their innovations, and providing information to the stakeholders. You are welcome, our chief guest. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. Jave Ndaizaye, who, by the virtue of the power vested to him, he has the honor to present the institutions that made the exhibitions. Dr. Jave.
Thank you, Professor Mawa. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, we have 15 institutions which came to exhibit with us. And we are honored. We are honored to give them certificates. And these fake certificates are not given according to their performance, no, according to how they are registered. So when I call number 1, it means the institution registered as 1. Okay, and so the certificate is like this: certificate of appreciation presented to the name in recognition of your valid participation in the 15th Academia Public-Private Partnership Forum of the Inter-University Council for East Africa from 12 to 14th March 2025 as an exhibitor on 14th March 2025. Executive Secretary. So we are calling the first institution which registered University of Rwanda. The second university, Uganda Matters University. Uganda Matters University. The third university, University of Lay Adventist of Kigali, UNILAC. Then Rwanda Institutes for Conservation Agriculture, RICA. Then East African Science and Technology Commission, ISTECO. ISTECO. Strathmore University from Kenya. St. Joseph Integrated Technical College. St. Joseph Integrated Technical College. University of Technology and Art of Byumba. African Leadership University. African Leadership University. Rwanda Polytechnic. Rwanda Polytechnic. Center of Excellence in Biodiversity and Natural Resource Management. Mount Kenya University. Kengen Geothermal Training Center. East African University of Rwanda. East African University of Rwanda. And finally, random mesh technologies. Random mesh technologies. So as you be going out, I could request if you can pass through the G floor and you see how exhibitors are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jave. And let me request the Deputy Executive Secretary to again invite the chief guest to make his final remarks.
Thank you, Professor Mawa. To close, we are honored to have Mr. Moses Turasinze, Director General Planning, Monitoring Evaluation, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Rwanda, to give his closing speech and finally closing this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It's my honor to be here, and I must be sincere that I learned and I benefited from the last panel discussion, which was discussing tangible things. Private sector perspective was very enriching. Thank you so much, the panelists and the facilitators. So, honorable guests, government officials here, the heads of institutions, vice chancellors and rectors of public and private universities, CEOs of private companies, captains of industry, development partners who are here, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I think as the Deputy Executive Secretary underlined, participants, you need to be appreciated a lot. Thank you for participating actively. As we come to the close of this remarkable forum, I want to thank each of you for participation and engagement, which I tested this morning myself. Over the past few days, you have shared ideas, challenged assumptions, forged new connections, and undoubtedly shaped the future of university-industry collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, our universities as centers of knowledge and creativity, and our industry players as engines of economic growth, have immense potential when they work hand in hand. Universities as our centers of knowledge, when you work hand in hand with industry players, changes come through. I am repeating that. Actually, in Rwanda here, we cherish university education, and as a development strategy, we acknowledge that universities, I think it's someone who said we need to think largely about TVET, subsector as well, but universities are largely producers of people who think, who come up with open minds to innovate. And in Rwanda, we have found that I think one of the missing links has been skilled graduates coming out of universities. The industry expects talented, skilled graduates who are ready to go. And maybe the mismatch was universities produce thinkers, people with open mind, who are trainable. Yet the industry really wants people who are ready to go, to do the job. And as I benefited from the panel discussion here, I think it's Dr. Vincent from Kenya who said, what is the missing link? That question needs to be answered. Maybe the missing link is we need to align expectations. The discussion here is collaboration, yes, but can we align expectations? In Rwanda here, government has tried to align that expectation by, for example, removing some of the needed experience when entering the job market. That first level entry officers, you don't need to have experience to be recruited into public service. That was really a move to make sure that what universities produce is taken into the job market. Whereas if that is not removed, then you have a lot of unemployed graduates. Also, someone was talking about the youth. I think it's the professor from Barara University in Uganda. The youth, some of the tenders in government here, a good percentage is given to youth-led organizations to make sure that the youth are also included. I also want to mention, as from the government perspective, I wanted to mention that in our 5-year national development strategy, the aspect of education is looked at in a value chain component. Maybe professors and academic leaders, you need to think about the unit of measure of what we all do is a student. Maybe you need to think about the student in a value chain complete round. Maybe, I'm putting it out, that in our development strategy, education, Dr. Edward is here, I'm happy he's here, that we have said our goal is to have an inclusive, quality education that is useful for the economy and society. And if you look at it, you start from the child, that primary and secondary education is accessible and free. And then higher education higher education is structured for, yes, for academic education, but again, technical and vocational education. It's now balanced, that government gives priority to the skills the TVET institutions give. And those graduates are actually providing solutions. We still need the academic graduates from universities to think, bring open minds, innovate. That is the balance Rwanda is adopting. And it is helping the industry. It is helping to address some of the gaps in our private sector job needs. So these are ideas I'm putting back after hearing the discussion here from the private sector panelists. As they were discussing, I thought about a model, maybe a branded model that, for example, in Germany, those who have been to Germany, that you can't graduate from universities from when you haven't been really placed in an industry and experienced skills and job, and you are skilled, you are exposed. You don't simply graduate. And that model, I think, is very relevant, that to answer the question of collaboration, what do we do? The industry players maybe should, why don't you say a quarter or 10% of the staff in my institution will be interns, professional interns. And also academia. I think you need to do, it can't remain business as usual. Professor Idris, I think I'm throwing this to the audience as also more ideas, because ideas won't stop coming, that maybe you need to think about releasing graduates into the market who are solution providers. We want job seekers. I want to underline this from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. We need job creators from universities. Some improvement is needed on the message, the nurturing of university students to come out as job creators, to be entrepreneurs, to be solution providers. More of those numbers are needed. So, ladies and gentlemen, you came here as individuals and different perspectives, with different perspectives, representing different universities, private companies and public institutions. But given the discussions I saw here and the interaction and the resolutions, I can see that you are living as people who have shared knowledge, understanding, and with a shared vision and commitment to innovation and entrepreneurship through dynamic university-industry partnerships. We need to do more. That was the message, and I want to just to reiterate that. So as we move forward, it is crucial that we continue to build on the momentum from this forum's discussions, the partnerships we create and nurture between our universities, private sector and policymakers should be the foundation for more innovation, competition and resilience for our economies in the region. I am also happy that in the coffee break, I interacted more with you, and I'm going back with really good contacts and networks, and which I think it won't stop here. Professor Ariho, I think you are West African base. I've been to Ghana, and I liked the incubation model in Ghana. I visited one of the, about 15 years ago, one of the incubation models. It's called Busy Internet. It was creating an internet revolution for Ghana and for the young people. I really liked it. Keep it up. And incubation is all about nurturing and supporting startups and innovations that really can change and be impactful to the society. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that each participant has a renewed sense of ambition and purpose to support university-industry collaboration and foster a vibrant innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. I'm also living as an ambassador of this needed collaboration. It is one of my aspirations now, that universities and industry need to work together to make sure that we create the change that is needed. So let this event not be just any other meeting, but a reminder that when we come together with a common purpose, there is no limit to the greatness that we can accomplish. Thank you for being part of this event and your dedication to create positive change in East Africa. One of the presenters presented well, and I'm learning, I should have introduced myself like that. I'm an East African, a citizen of Rwanda. I want to thank the Inter-University Council of East Africa for such a forum. Let's not lose hope. Such forums, when they are there regularly, they are forums of exchange. Once you meet and talk, something is picked. Someone picks an idea that finally becomes operational, and let's have more of this. 2 years is a big period. I don't know, maybe it could be annual, I don't know. It's my thinking, but let's have more of this. Forums for discussion and exchange of ideas and experiences, it's good. As I conclude, I would like to encourage you to take the energy and insights you have gained here and use them to drive positive change in your organizations and beyond. Let's go forth and turn our discussions into action. At least by the time we reconvene again, maybe we can have a reflection. Some of the resolutions, some of the calls to action, and we take stock. What did we implement? What did we not implement and why? I think in the next session, we could structure it that way, such that we can measure progress. So thank you so much. We have come to the end of this. I wish you safe travels back home, those who are going back, and those who are in Rwanda. Thank you for participation. We are still networking. All the best, and thank you. I thank you very much.
Another round of applause to our guest of honor for the closing ceremony. We want to sincerely thank you very much for your remarks and words of encouragement. And I am sure that with the commitment that you have mentioned here, you are going to be our key ambassador in the promotion of academia, industry, private partnership engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, the last item on the program is lunch. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for this last session. There are 3 other activities after lunch which follow: networking and also excursions. And please, as the Master of Ceremonies has announced from day one, use this afternoon for actual networking and regional integration with the community in Kigali. Our chief guest, the participants have committed to boost the economy by going downtown and supporting the local products of Rwanda so that they can go home with something tangible. And we want to thank you very much for officiating this closing ceremony. Let me take this opportunity to invite the Master of Ceremony to make final announcements, logistical matters, and any other important information that you may wish to convey to the delegates as we prepare to go for lunch. Dr. Ine, from me, I want to say thank you very much, and bye-bye, I sign off.